morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. It is Tuesday. It is June 24th, and it has been, 5-6 days since the Karen Reed verdict. And in that time, I've been traveling. So it is time for us to have a chance to talk about the Karen Reed verdict, to talk about everyone who has been talking after the verdict, because everyone has been talking out. Has not everyone been talking after the verdict? Today, that's what we're going to do. I'm still a little hoarse. It just, not like a pony. Like it just, Emily, are you going to start singing Pink Pony Club? Not today, because it wasn't sung by Dave Matthews Band. But I have been traveling. It has been bananas in my world, and I am home for a brief moment before I travel again. So it's an adventure in all of the things happening at once, which is lovely. We'll talk about that. But let's take a look at what we're talking about today, because I think that will be helpful. All of you, I'm sure, have been like, what are we doing? What are we doing? I know. I get it. But today we're going to have a chance to talk about the verdict, because it was such a crazy day on Wednesday when the verdict came down. I said forever ago, like, Wednesday would be the absolutely least convenient day. And of course, you put it out there once and then there it is. So Wednesday, I felt like we didn't even get to decompress after the verdict, because I was fighting with technology, like in all the different ways. We'll talk about it Wednesday on members only. So we will do a members only Wednesday. I don't know exactly what time, but we will do a members only on Wednesday. I will let you know what time later today, tomorrow, but we are going to talk about all the behind the scenes stuff and Dave Matthews. Today, we're going to talk about the interviews that everybody has been giving. We're going to watch some video clips. We're going to see how that goes. Some of the outlets get a little feisty. So we're going to do the video clips at the end. We're going to do all the written interviews first. We'll do the video clips at the end. If anything happens, we'll just let you know in the app and it'll be fine. But we have juror interviews. We have a number of juror interviews, including the jury foreperson who has spoken. And then that interview has been put a bunch of different places. We have Brian Albert, and then Jen and Matt McCabe, who spoke with ABC. Brennan gave a statement. Dave Morrissey gave a statement. The police union gave a statement. The Massachusetts State Police gave a statement. The Canton Select Board gave a statement. So many statements. And we're going to go through all of them. We're just going to go through all of the statements. Let me know where you're coming in from, what you're drinking. I have a homemade cup of cappuccino. This is my first coffee for the day. I feel like I need to disclose that based at the time of day it is, because it is my first coffee for the day. Let's talk about what we have been doing, and then let's talk about all of these statements, shall we? I think we should. I'm going to roll the intro. We are back briefly to no court for just a minute, and then we will be back to court, well, tomorrow and then next month. That is the plan. So for everybody, like, are we covering trial this week? No, Emily needs a minute, and we got a lot of interviews we got to go through. Did I mention we're talking about Proctor too? I think I forgot to mention Proctor. We're talking about Proctor too. You got to talk about Proctor. Hey there, I'm lawyer and legal. That was not the right volume. Hey there, I'm lawyer and legal analyst Emily D. Baker, and this is your go-to destination for live court coverage. I break down the law, the strategy, and the evidence in real time, so you know what's happening. No law degree required. So join the law nerds in the chat. They're here for the facts, not and let's get to court. So first, we have to talk a little bit about where I've been, because I saw a lot of you like, Emily, where have you been? And I know in the haze of trial, some of you might not have heard me when I said where I had been, but I traveled, just so we have a quick recap of where in the world is Carmen Sandiego? Where in the world is Emily D. Baker? Tuesday, I traveled late because I knew we would be on either verdict watch or court. So Tuesday, I traveled late. Wednesday, I had a full day, a very full day, but a full day event with YouTube. And we ended up having the verdict while I was at that event, ahead of VidCon. And me trying to stream on my mobile device was like the worst until I switched Wi-Fi, and then it was fine. and then it was fine. So Tuesday fly, Wednesday, like 5 a.m. to God. I think I was up until after midnight. Up the next morning at a little bit before 4 a.m. Onto another flight. A wild travel day. Members, we'll talk about it. I did fly to the right state and city, but it was a busy travel day because it is that time of year and busy travel day. Land, by the time we get to our destination, I've been up since like 4. Food, get to dinner, have a great time, and then go to bed. Friday, Dave day. To all of the law nerds I ran into to Dave. I saw Will at Dave. I got to say hi to Owen on the phone and your mom, Emily, who is amazing. I met at least 5 Emilys at Dave. It was amazing. All of the Emilys are Dave people. Got to see my buddy Connor. Met an incredible amount of law nerds. All of you from Massachusetts were like, you know what we need to do? We need to go to South Carolina. It was so good to see you. To my girls that were dancing with me the entire night too, who are Carson and Kennedy fans. I told both of them what big fans you are of Carson and Kennedy. You were delightful. It was the best time. I got to eat, drink, and be merry. I got to sing and dance with the law nerds. The set lists were amazing. I got to see Rashawn sing Word Up. It was just, I basically felt like I had been thrown into a pool with my clothes on by the time I was done, because the air is water. The air is water. But it doesn't matter because for everyone else, the air is water. So we had the best time. Law nerds, all of you that came up and said hello, it was so good to see you. For everyone who looks at the pictures and are like, Emily, why is your face so red? Because it was 1,000,000 degrees. And then there were 1,000,000 of us just bopping around. So much fun. So much fun. Got to see everybody. Members, remind me to tell you about my plane flight into Charleston. And then we have concert stories tomorrow. We're going to talk about concert stories. We're going to talk about all of the behind the scenes, because the amount of stuff that happened and then the amount of stress behind the stuff that happened is so much. But then the concerts were the best. Just the best. So for all of you on a heat warning, take it seriously. It is a hot AF. The air soup is what it is. But it was just, I had such a good time. And at one point, Dave is just like, us being all here together, singing and dancing, it is just correct. And it was just correct. It was just correct to be singing and dancing with everyone. We all felt the same way. We were all hot. We all had a good time. It was lovely. It's one of my favorite venues in the world. I shouldn't say that out loud. Don't go. It's too hot. It's not for you. Tickets are getting harder and harder to get to that venue. Oh my God, we have never had a problem getting posters at that venue. The lines. Everybody's onto it now. I'm like, oh boy. Well, now we've fucked it up. We keep talking about how great this venue is, and everybody's like, yes. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. So fun. Law nerds, you are absolutely my heart. It was so good to see you. So I was surprised how many of you I ran into from Massachusetts. It was really lovely to give all of you a hug. It was just, all of you need a hug. I got to hug so many law nerds in person. I wish I could hug all of you. It would be very time consuming to hug all like 50, 60,000 of you that were watching trial along with me day by day. But I hugged a number of y'all. I hugged a number of y'all. It was like vicarious hugs for Emily. Yes, the D in EDB is like Emily Dave Matthews Band Baker. Yes, that is exactly what the EDB stands for. For today. So today we got to talk all the things. Sherry said, do you go to the show at the Gorge? I have. I can't this year. Trials. The other thing with Dave this year is the trials are going to make things a bit difficult concert wise. So I'm going to less concerts this year than I otherwise would, just because we're so busy. So it's a lot of covering trials. And then this week, a lot of you have asked if I am going to interview any of the lawyers. If I do, it's going to be after I travel for DCI stuff. So it's going to be a minute. It's going to be a minute because I'm getting back on the road shortly to go see my kiddo who I haven't seen in like a month. So I got to go do DCI stuff. But it was so fun yesterday. On the way home, whenever I came home, on the way home, I have not slept enough for like 9 days. But on the way home, the gentleman I was sitting next to on the plane, we were talking about his kid, my kid stuff. And I was like, oh, my kid does marching band. He goes, marching band. And I'm like, yes, like marching band plus like competitive marching band. And he looks at me and goes, I marched Phantom Regiment, or I marched Phantom Regiment. And I was like, Phantom. And he's like, yes. And then we nerded the way that only 40-something-year-old band nerds can nerd together. And so then we were talking about DCI show previews and show tours and show reveals and all the rest of it. And it just filled up my heart. So my heart is full. My body is tired. My voice is also tired. So it was really fun to just be like, oh, you know what I'm talking about, because you kind of got to gauge, right? You've got to be like, how much do you know about the thing I'm talking about? It was the same with Dave. There were lovely people next to us at the concert, and it was two individuals, and it was their second Dave Matthews Band show ever. And I was like, how much do you want to hear our running commentary about Dave? Like, how much do you need, like, the jam band fan of he hasn't played these two songs back to back in a main set ever? Like, how much of that do you want? Because I need to gauge. Like, I need to gauge how much info you would like. Do you want us to tell you the song names? What level of info do you want? So it was fun. But yes, I Dave statistics the way people like baseball stats. And so I don't always, not everyone wants that information, and I'm not quiet, and my friends and I aren't quiet. And so all of us screaming, oh my God, I can't believe he's playing this, is fun. And then, oh my God, this is Word Up, and they just started playing it this year. And you know, Rashawn's lead vocals on it. They didn't cover it last year. And the covers they did last year were how much? And he was like, tell us all the things. It was a great, correct question. Because again, we don't gatekeep. If you want to go see a Dave show, then I will gauge your level of nerdiness. And I'm not going to be like, well, I've been to this many shows and you've been to this many shows. I love that there are people who are still starting their journey with going to live music, no matter what. I love it so much. I love it so much. So it made my heart completely full and happy. And after a very, very, very long trial, I needed it. Jen Wright, live Say Goodbye. It has been so long. And yes, I'm that Dave nerd who's like, oh my God, I haven't seen him play this song since 2005. Yep. Haven't heard him play Say Goodbye live in a million years. It was just so fun. So with all of it, voice is tired, body's tired, knee definitely hurts, heart is full, soul is filled up. We have filled my soul up. I have sweat all of the things. So, all of the nerds. And some of you were like, you know, other people love Dave. I know. Also, I started listening to Dave in like the 90s. This is my 90s music. Some of you were like, what are you talking about? 90s jam band stuff. But it's so fun. I love that this band is still on the road. And I love getting to tell members of the band how much I love that they're still on the road, because they give up their summers every single summer. But it is my favorite thing to do in the summer. So happy place, happy times, happy Emily. And so now we get to dive into all of the interviews, some of which are not going to make me happy, some of which are not going to make you happy, some of which are just And, interesting, and some of which are just a choice. Just a choice. So we're going to do that today. We'll get to videos at the end, like I said. We'll start with some of the shorter statements. I'm not going to do them in chronological order of when people gave their statements. I'm going to keep the videos for the end because, yeah. Maria is in the name, said, I would love to see you interviewing some of the lawyers. Yes, it's just going to be a minute because there is live music priorities. I would love to talk to all of the lawyers. My schedule is just stupid and I love it. But there's lots of live music that needs to happen first, for sure. But then we will. So we will get there. Don't worry. But we got a lot of stuff to do first. So my schedule's packed. So that's just what that is. My schedule is the problem, and my schedule's not going to unbe the problem because it's summertime. And, I got to do band mom shit for a little bit. So let's see who we're going to start with. Let's see who we're going to start with. I think we start with DA Morrissey's statement, A, because it's brief, and B, because then we can just get it out of the way, because that seems to be the right result. And then we will get into some of the other statements. For a quick recap for everybody who is like, girl, post-verdict, I will answer questions. We will talk during Q&A. I want to get through all of these, and then we will do all of the Q&A. We'll get into super chats and the rest of it because we didn't really have a lot of time to decompress after the verdict. It was a lot of emotion. It was, Yannetti's emotion on verdict day. Like, I just felt him. And I think a lot of lawyers can relate to the emotional relief of getting to the end of a case, verdict, resolution, what have you. I think a lot of people can relate to that emotion, and you could just see it on Yannetti's face. I thought it was incredibly touching, and it was incredibly genuine. Like, that's not emotion kind of coming over someone like that is not really something that someone can effectively fake. And it was an emotional day. The false starts were difficult. We're going to hear about some of the false starts in the interviews that we're going to cover. The false starts were emotional. And then getting to all the questions from the jury on Tuesday, I was like, oh, they're done. Let's get it. Let's get it. And then nothing. What? What? 3 questions that very clearly indicate what they're doing, and then silence. The emotional roller coaster of waiting for that verdict was a lot. And for those of you that have never waited for a verdict in a case like this, in some of the other cases, the verdicts are so fast. This was a more normal pace for a case this long, but some of the cases we've watched, the verdicts are so quickly, or come in so quickly that we forget how this normally goes. Sam in the chat said he's been involved from the beginning of the first trial, hasn't he? Yannetti has been involved since January 29th, 2022. He was the first lawyer that Karen Reed called. So he was the first kind of lifeline of who she reached out to for legal help. And that is since like day one. Like, that's like day 0. So with all of that, we are going to go through the statements. So the verdict comes in after a false start, a bumpy start, a wild day. And then, of course, all of the statements. I'm not surprised that the jurors are starting to talk. I'm not surprised at all. I'm not surprised that that we're seeing from all the law enforcement agencies. I was very surprised that we saw Proctor give an interview. I was very surprised. Maybe I shouldn't be, but I was. I was surprised that we saw Jen and Matt McCabe and Brian Albert, Chris Albert, and their wives give interviews. I was so surprised. Julie and Nicole, and I don't know which one goes with which is why I didn't name them with their spouses. But I was incredibly surprised that they chose to give interviews. Really, really, really surprised. But here we are with the interviews being given. So we're going to Boston News 25 first for this interview from elected DA Michael Morrissey.
Do it.
We're going to do that first. And let's go to our screen share. It's been a minute since we've shared anything other than a video. Like it's been a minute. But I forget that I don't have reader mode on this browser. Hold on, we're going to shift to a different browser. Why? Because Emily's annoyed. I'm like, no, it's hard to read without reader mode. There's too much, there's just so much stuff moving on the screen. It's not very neurodivergent friendly at all. And I keep forgetting to put reader on my other browser. So, un momento. As we switch browsers. Emily, are you ready to be back to non-video streams? I mean, it's only going to be a minute. And then we're going to be back to video streams. That is not the browser I wanted. Because tomorrow we're going to cover Kohberger and the Kohberger hearing. And, well, we'll see what happens next. But we're going to cover Kohberger and the Kohberger hearing that we didn't have a chance to cover yet. So that's what we're going to do tomorrow. Because it's going to be time to do that tomorrow. So this is coming from Boston 25. There's our reader mode. Isn't it glorious? It's so much better for me. It's so much better. I hope it's better for you as well, but it is so much easier for my brain. So let's take a look. This was, I think the date's going to be at the bottom. So we will look at the date on the bottom when we get there. Norfolk DA Michael Morrissey releases 4-word statement on Karen Read verdict. The jury has spoken. Norfolk County DA Michael Morrissey. No period? That's it? That's all? The jury has spoken. I mean, yes, they have, but no, not even any punctuation. The jury has spoken. I mean, I guess if you are the DA, there's not much more for you to say because people really want to know, why did you hire Brennan? Why did you pursue this second trial? There's a lot of decision making that everybody wants to hear. I want to hear. But yes, the jury has spoken. Okay. Short and sweet. The jury has spoken. Yes, they have. And then they have continued to speak. I don't think we need the rest of the article because it's just rehashing the trial. And, well, we were all there for that. So there's not much more we need. But I have some questions. The questions definitely aren't going to get answered, I don't think. But I have a bunch of questions. We are going to look at the other law enforcement agencies that also spoke, including the Massachusetts State Police Union, who are right up in the so much to say category here. So let's take a look at what the Massachusetts State Police Union had to say. I found this in articles. I also saw it shared on social media. So I'm going to where it was shared on social media. I'm sure it was shared on multiple social medias. I saw it on Facebook. I saw it on the Bird app. And I'm sure it's elsewhere, but that's where I'm grabbing it from. I saw it in a couple articles, but we're going directly to the statement instead of to the articles. This is from the Massachusetts State Police Association. So this is the union for the state police. Don't worry. State police also gave a statement. State police gave a statement. The State Police Union gave a statement. The union or the association is the one that will represent officers if they go to things like the disciplinary board, et cetera, et cetera. So This is their association. The state police also gave a comment, right? Let's do the union's statement first. Hold on, I'm trying to find it's been so long since I've used the swoop. I have literally lost where I put it because I don't even see it. It's been so long. So let me try to find the swoop. There it is. Emily, it's still at the top. Let's see what the Massachusetts State Police Union. These are the Mass State Police Troopers Union. So let's see if we can do this so I'm not covering it up too much. There we go. State Police Association of Massachusetts. State Police Association of Massachusetts statement on the trial and death of Boston police officer John O'Keefe. Period. Look, man, I am not one for grammar. I am terrible at it, but there are times. The association continues to send its sincere condolences to the family of Boston police officer John O'Keefe. Yes, agreed. The jury has spoken, and we remain respectful of the process. Period. Okay, that's when you are done. That's when you're done. That part. Be done. Just be done. But no, not done. Okay. We remain respectful of the process. Then be done with the statement. However, since the beginning of this trial, there have been numerous attacks and accusations against our troopers and sergeants. Careers have been lost. Okay. Careers have been lost. Families have been devastated. I agree with that part. And many lives have been changed forever. I agree with that part too. A good investigation would have really helped John O'Keefe's family not hopefully be as changed forever. But that's not who they're talking about, is it? As our current and former members, they're talking about Proctor. Are there other former members than Proctor? As our current and former members continue to be the subject of baseless accusations, it is important to remember that the investigation into the death of John O'Keefe has been investigated with great scrutiny. The T doesn't belong in there. With great scrutiny by both members of the State Police Internal Affairs and the FBI.
The FBI!
To date, there is yet to be any information that this investigation was compromised in any way. We remain steadfast in our commitment to represent the men and women of the State Police Association and are forever grateful for the work our members do every day to serve the citizens of the Commonwealth. And then there's a graphic that goes with that. That's from 6/21/2025. Let's talk about this for a minute. Careers have been lost. First of all, careers have been lost. Do you know of anyone other than Proctor that was fired? But Proctor in his interviews, I know, minimal spoiler, Proctor in his interviews that we're going to get to, says that he's appealing and that the police association is appealing. So his union is appealing with him the decision to terminate him. We'll see how that goes. But I don't know why that's plural. I don't know what other careers have been lost unless people chose to retire in lieu of being terminated. But that's sure a plural. I'd like to figure out who the plural applies to. And some of you in the chat are saying Karen lost her job. I don't think that that's who they're talking about, though. I don't disagree that that's true. That is a true fact. But I don't think the State Police Association of Massachusetts, and for all of you that were like, is Is their abbreviation really spam? Yes. Seems to be. I don't know who else's career was lost, but maybe it is the retired. People chose. I don't know. Careers have been lost. We remain respectful of the process. However, leave us alone is kind of what this says. They say that the death has been investigated with great scrutiny. Well, if it has been investigated that way, then the careers weren't lost. Well, more of a you lost it for yourself type of a lost. But it's just an interesting choice. And they are talking about the FBI. It seems to me, let me know, chat, let me know. Does this seem to indicate that the FBI was investigating the investigation? And if we are talking about careers have been lost, does this indicate, and this is me reading into this a bit more, and this is speculative on my part, could this be indicating other careers being lost, that the investigation into the Reed case is what opened up more of the federal investigation into the Birchmore case? Is this the case that came first? Is the federal investigation into the Reed investigation what came first before the Birchmore case? Was this the tip of the iceberg? And I think they really well indicate that the FBI investigated the investigation. It's important to remember that the investigation into the death of John O'Keefe has been investigated by both State Police IA and the FBI. I think this is the first time we've seen it confirmed by anyone that what was being investigated was the investigation. We have speculated, we have talked about it, the defense attorneys have talked about it, we have heard it alluded to, but we haven't truly seen more of a statement that what was being investigated was the investigation. So I think it's safe now to continue to say that the FBI looked into this. They're using it to try to clear their name. See, the FBI did a thorough investigation and no one was charged. Well, Proctor was fired, but that had nothing to do with the FBI.
The FBI!
And the funny thing about the feds is, if more comes forward, then things may change. It's an interesting statement. They talk about John O'Keefe exactly for a sentence saying, sincere condolences to the family. The rest of this is about them. The rest of this is about, I don't know, leave us alone. Okay. But I do think our takeaway is that, at least as it pertains to the State Police Association, Police Officers Union of Massachusetts, it seems to me that their statement confirms that the FBI was investigating the investigators and the investigation into the death of John O'Keefe. And that is my takeaway from this statement. I'm going to leave the rest that annoys me. And I do think condolences to the O'Keefe family is proper. And respecting the jury process is proper. I wish they had just said, and we respect the process. The jury has spoken and we respect the process. We remain respectful is an interesting qualifier. But that's my takeaway from Massachusetts State Police Association. And we know that they are appealing Proctor's termination. So I'm sure we're not done yet hearing from the Massachusetts State Police Association. I know everybody's like, we're spamming the chat. No. That's their abbreviation. Their abbreviation is spam. It's not on us. It's on them. So interesting, isn't it? Let's take a look at the statement issued by the head of Massachusetts State Police on behalf of the state police. Let me put this in reader mode. On behalf of state police, because we will go through that as well. This is coming to us from CBS News, from WBZ. Head of Massachusetts State Police responds to the Karen Read verdict. Massachusetts State Police Colonel Jeffrey Noble said that in the aftermath of the Karen Read case, the department will continue to work on improvements in oversight and accountability. Okay. How are we doing that? They go on to say, Noble issued a statement about the verdict on Thursday. Remember, the verdict was last Wednesday. The statement about the verdict was issued on Thursday. That would have been, Emily, do you need to pull up a calendar? Yeah, I don't even know what day it is today. I think I said it was the 24th. It's Tuesday, I hope. But that would have been the 19th. Quote, the Massachusetts State Police extends its sincere condolences to the loved ones of Boston police officer John O'Keefe. The events of the last 3 years have challenged our department to thoroughly review our actions. I want you all to just put an asterisk on this and keep this in mind. Keep it in mind, because later on we're going to get to Proctor's interview. Just hold on to this nugget. Have challenged our department to thoroughly review our actions and take concrete steps to deliver advanced investigative training, ensure appropriate oversight, and enhance accountability. A lot of words. We haven't given any action items, but it's a lot of words. What are the concrete steps? Maybe he tells us, under my direction as colonel, the state police has and will continue to improve in these regards. Our focus remains on delivering excellent police services that reflect the value of professionalism and maintain public trust. Okay. Massachusetts State Police said that since Noble joined the department in October 2024, he has implemented new training for members assigned in investigative roles. That includes training on courtroom testimony and new policies surrounding social media and personal phone use. The things that happened in this investigation aren't because of social media, and they aren't because of personal phone use. Personal phone use is just where it was documented. But the actions weren't because of personal phone use. Those are just how it was captured. The professionalism is a problem. Court training and courtroom testimony. Okay. Good. And remember, this is Massachusetts State Police, different from Boston PD, different from Canton. We went over the Canton not investigation, audit. We went over the Canton audit a bit together. And they were like, oh, hey, you don't really have policies in this area. And maybe you need like kits to gather evidence, cameras and things. But this also doesn't address like Devers. The fact that it was said so many different times during trial means I will not ever remember which one is now correct because my brain has conflated the two of them. And I don't remember if Dever is the correct one or if Deaver is the correct one. It's just going to be what it is at this point. But that's Boston PD. So separate from this, Mass State Police involves Trooper Paul, Tully, Buchanan, Proctor, and the rest of it. Well, used to be Proctor. Chad is just telling me that Deaver is 100% correct. Thank you, Chad. I think that means that that's probably the one that annoys her the most, and therefore that is the one that is correct. A lot of you are saying never say Dever. Right, because that's the wrong one. Deaver is the right one. I think that's correct. I think that's correct. All of you are like, yes. Deaver is correct because it's the annoying one. Dever is not the correct one. Thank you, Chad. I appreciate you. No, I'm teasing now. No, I'm teasing. I think Dever is probably the correct one, and Chad is saying that Deaver is the one we should use because it is the funniest outcome. The Chad's in it for the lols at this point, right? Which is why you're saying never Dever, because that's the proper one, but we're never going to say it. We're never going to give you up, never going to let you down, never going to run around, desert you, because Chad is correct. We're going with Chad. Also, the funnier outcome is the appropriate outcome. So they finish off this article saying that Proctor was fired in part for messages he sent about Reed on his personal phone. Sure, additional trainings were added surrounding case management and reporting as well as the DNA process, police said. I don't know. Again, I'm so curious how, because they brought Noble in from a different jurisdiction, from a different state. I imagine it was difficult to look at everything going on in Mass State Police and then go, yeah, I think I can make some change here. Because there's, between this case and the Birchmore case, it's a lot to take on. Like that's a lot of a job to take on at Mass State Police. But I think one of my many, and I have numerous complaints, but one of them is the evidence documentation was just terrible. And I just don't understand how things just weren't logged. There were some simple evidence log processes that just weren't done. And there were some basic things that could have happened. I understand that securing the crime scene with crime scene tape maybe doesn't make the most sense in a blizzard. Sure. But you could leave a car there. Just keep eyes on, keep dash cam running. You could just leave a car there. I don't know if they were that understaffed that they couldn't, but you could leave a car. That's an option. And then when evidence is collected and checked in, having a report, not just what's written on the bag, having a report would help. Some of those processes just need to be tightened up. And this Mass State Police isn't just one agency. I understand that Canton PD is a small department. Mass State Police is a much larger department. And tell me if I'm wrong, Chad. A lot of you are from Massachusetts. It seems like snow is something to expect. It's not unusual. It's not like it doesn't ever happen. So there should be processes for that and processes to cover how you investigate things when it's snowing, because it fucking snows. It's not, it's not like it's Pasadena where it was snowing. Car went off the road. Massachusetts is gotta be used to snow. So, interesting statement. Also, I think the state probably made the right choice in bringing someone in from out of state instead of promoting through the agency. If you need to make a change, bringing somebody in from outside is going to help more. And they brought somebody in 2024. Hopefully I won't see the changes. I don't live in Massachusetts. I hope the residents of Massachusetts see those changes, and I hope that the head of state police is communicative with the public. Because once you lose the trust of your jurisdiction, everything is going to be more difficult. And I hope that a new head of department works to regain the trust of the citizens of the state of Massachusetts. It's needed. It's incredibly needed. And the citizens deserve it. So I think there is more that needs to happen than just a statement. We'll see, because this is not the last case we're going to see going forward. For those of you asking about the Birchmore case, I had covered it briefly on the channel. We'll link it down below. If I take a detour today, we're not going to finish the interviews, so I'm going to try to not do that. It is an incredibly sad case. It also involves Massachusetts State Police in the same area. I have broken that down more. It is a very sad case. It's now a federal case. So the feds brought that case. So we're not going to see as much from that case because it's federal, but people will be following it. So I will link it down below. So thank you for everybody who asked. I'll link it. It involves a lot of the same players and absolute fuckery. Just horrific stuff. The Fed stepped in and were like, nope, you're getting indicted for murder. Some of you in the chat have shared about it. It is a sad case. I'll link it down below if you want to go catch up on my video on that. I have not done all of the deep dives into it because we've been covering this, and that case is going to be moving forward in its own due course. But it is sad. And I think many in the area probably thought that nothing was going to come of it, and were relieved to see that something did. B2, thank you for the gift of memberships. That's incredibly kind. For all of you that saw me in the chat last night on Lawyer You Know's chat, it was lovely to see you. I saw so many of you. Copa Scribe said, did YouTube remove the like button? I have no idea. YouTube's been doing UI stuff, and so YouTube's been a little buggy for me. I have no idea. If you see it on your end, go ahead and hit it just so we know it's still there. But if you don't see it, I don't know. Maybe. Because watch time is really what YouTube is leaning into. And shockingly, I'm being facetious now. It's not shocking at all. We're at the top of that. So it could be a mobile thing. It could be not a mobile thing. Does it shock me when UI changes happen? No. They've been doing a lot of interface changes at YouTube. So I'm not totally surprised. It happens. The platform has to update itself every now and then. I was thrilled when they had a dark mode. I'm still just like, I'm just happy for it. Okay. Shall we continue on? We shall. So we've heard from Massachusetts State Police. We've heard from the Massachusetts State Police Union, or Massachusetts State Police Association, State Police of Massachusetts Association. We've heard from DA Morrissey-ish. The jury has spoken. Wait, Emily, you have a gavel bang. The jury has spoken. I don't need to bang your desk dramatically, girl. We have not heard yet from the Canton Select Board. Remember who's on the Canton Select Board? Chat. Chris Albert. Among others, there was another witness who was also connected to the Canton Select Board. More loosely connected, like they had overlapped on the Canton Select Board. The Canton Select Board. Lucky's brother, thank you. Lucky's brother's also on the Canton Select Board. Thank you, Jesse, and thank you to everyone in the chat. It was a long trial. Lucky's brother's also on the Canton Select Board. The Canton Select Board is their town's governing body. They also released a statement on the trial. Are you surprised? No, of course Canton has something to say. I'm not surprised that Canton has something to say. Let's take a look at the statement from the Canton Select Board Chair, John McCourt. I don't have background mode on because it's not an article. It's just on their website. The following is a statement. The following is an emergency message. I'm going to now split our chat by who remembers that happening on their televisions growing up. The following is an emergency message. The following is a statement from Canton Select Board Chair John McCourt. The town of Canton acknowledges today's verdict in the Commonwealth's case against Karen Reed. Okay. The town respects the legal process. The select board. The town respects the legal process and the role of the jury in weighing the facts and rendering a verdict. We thank the members of the jury for their service and attention over the past several weeks. This case has been subject to intense public interest, scrutiny, and speculation for 3 years. Our community has been deeply affected. Oh, I don't doubt that. Today's outcome may bring a sense of relief to some and continue to raise questions for others. We encourage members of the community to move forward together, treating one another with respect through civil, constructive dialogue. Not a single word about John O'Keefe. Okay. The town of Canton acknowledges today's verdict. Okay. It's an interesting statement. I think maybe running this statement through somebody else maybe would have helped. Maybe giving it a day or two. Maybe saying, I don't know. Maybe just acknowledging, not just acknowledging the verdict, but maybe a little optimism that the jury has spoken, the verdict is in, that John O'Keefe's family will continue the process of grieving, and the town is probably continuing the process of grieving. This has hit their town. John O'Keefe was a member of this community. His niece and nephew are members of this community. And maybe asking the community to continue to support John O'Keefe and his family and his niece and nephew who still live there, and encouraging the town to continue to support them. Because at the end of the day, this verdict is a finality to this case. But what I know from 10 plus years of doing this and from working as a prosecutor is that no matter what the verdict is, most of the time the victim's family still feels empty and they still feel a tremendous amount of loss. And for Canton, it seems that maybe it was an opportunity to lean into healing and support for John O'Keefe's family. I imagine Karen Reed wants nothing the fuck to do with Canton. Like nothing. And that's speculation on my part, but I don't think it's baseless. Would you want to go back to Canton? Would you have any idea? Would you want to go to Canton at all? No. If you're Karen Reed, you're like, get me No, the fuck out of here. Nothing. But members of the town were witnesses in the case. The town's been discussed in the case. Their police force has been discussed in the case. And maybe, just maybe, I was hoping that a call for support for especially John O'Keefe's niece and nephew as they continue to move through this community. Because I imagine they can't escape this at all. And that has to be difficult. So my hope was, from the town of Canton at least, I understand the police union protecting their members. That's their job. It's kind of a PR wing. I understand state police giving jargon, like corporate PR speak. I guess what I was hoping from the town of Canton was maybe just a little more humanity for those that still live in Canton. And maybe it's just me. I feel like I'm just being told off a little bit. So I think there was a way to do that in a more supportive way. And I hope that for Canton. I don't know what the town select board hopes for Canton. That's loud, but and low flying. I can tell you what I hope for everyone who is a resident of Canton. I hope that you get the transparency that you deserve with your police force beyond the audit that it seems many were unhappy with and felt was insufficient. I hope that your leaders listen to you. I hope that John's niece and nephew and family are able to move around Canton with those who disagree with them keeping it to themselves and those who support them being able to support them, because they need support as they go through a really difficult and unfortunately unique grieving process. And I hope those in Canton that have questions about how this even happened and how this investigation even went down start to get those answers from the people in charge. And I hope the town is able to stop poking at each other. So that is what I hope for. You know, hoping for adults to be adults. Donnie, I have seen rumblings of this. People doxing the jurors and threatening their families. It's fucking disgusting. Not your comment. Your comment's lovely. You are lovely. This is not okay. It's not okay. It's not okay at all. And no one should be doing that. And law enforcement should be investigating it and taking action. Because even anonymous accounts on X can be found. So if people are doing that, I would hope that maybe if the FBI still has an eye towards this case, maybe, just maybe, now is the time to exercise that. Jurors are called into civil duty and civic duty. You can disagree with what they say. That disagreement can be done respectfully, though it seems to be a dying art form. Disagreement can be done respectfully. But you don't go real world with people. You don't go real world with people. Not okay. It's not okay at all. And what will happen is that people who are good humans will do everything they can to opt out. And you will be left with people who want to jump into the fray. And we need jurors from all backgrounds and experiences. And we need jurors of all ages, all different types of jobs and education. We need juries that represent the community. And if you have a personal threat, and if people see that this is happening to juries, it's really going to impact high-profile defendants the most. Truly. Because good people will opt out. Good experts will opt out. I worried about that after Depp v. Heard. I worry about it still. If you are a wonderful, wonderful professional at what you do, imagine the crash daddies saying, yeah, I don't want to mix it up in a high profile case. I saw what happened to like a Dr. Shannon Curry in the Depp Heard case. I saw what went down with the fucking muffins. I'm out. Leave me and my ham sandwich alone. I don't want anything to do with this. Imagine if they had refused to testify, what this case would look like. I don't want to see that. It makes it less civilized. B, it makes good people, good experts, good witnesses, and good jurors opt out. And that shouldn't be something we stand for. And the thing that's difficult is, will the Norfolk DA's office take the time and energy to go after those who are threatening the jury? Because if that's happening, they should. They 100% should. And if DA Morrissey is listening, doubtful, but if DA Morrissey or anyone from the Norfolk DA's office is listening, you want to earn back a little goodwill with the community that you represent? Go after the people coming for the jurors. Go after the people coming after the jurors. It'll earn you some goodwill. It might not earn you enough, but it might earn you some. So we'll see what the FBI decides to do. It's concerning. Truly concerning. And it's fuckery. I know a lot of you in the chat said, it's like Hogue says, reasonable minds can differ. Reasonable minds can differ. But too many people choose not to be reasonable. And that's hard too. Because I don't know what the solve is for that problem, unfortunately. I wish I did. If I did, I would tell you. I don't know what the solve is for that. Who knows? Maybe through all the talking we do together, we'll figure it out. I will remain optimistic for all of us. And even if you feel like, I don't know if I can be optimistic with this, I will remain optimistic for you. Because as Dave said, to quote the Dave Matthews, it's just us. It's us. And we are all in this together. And I think we can make it better. Valkyrie Arts said, if you become a district attorney, do you have to be a prosecutor? Yes, district attorneys are prosecutors. If you become a public defender, then you would be a publicly hired defense attorney. But district attorneys are prosecutors. Emily, are you just getting increasingly mad as we go through the, are we getting increasingly mad as we go through the statements? Yeah. Yep. Emily, are we just going to soapbox rant about treating people with humanity and civility? Sure. Mm-hmm. It's needed. It's needed. And we'll just keep talking about it. Because you know what I know for sure is that the Lawnards make a difference. Because I see you making a difference. I see you making a difference in the work that you do and how compassionate you are to one another on stream. I'm going to get all emo about it because I got to hug so many of you this weekend. It was amazing. I get the emails and my team gets the emails of how much this community means to you. How much being here with each other lifts you up when things are hard, supports you when things are hard. How this community sometimes is the thing that you are going to do in the day and look forward to in the day. The friendships that you have built, the people that you've reconnected with, that you watch the chat with each other across countries. So I know what we do here makes a difference. And that is incredibly uplifting for me, because I see how much it uplifts all of you. And I just group hug law nerds, because I see how much it makes a difference. And that's not a small thing. So as frustrated as I am with some of these comments, as frustrated as I get with the way sometimes social media just spins out, I am also incredibly encouraged, because I get to spend my days with you. And I get to see how incredible all of you are. And you're not a small group. And you stay hydrated, you respect your boundaries, and the majority of you parallel park very well. And those of you that don't, we love you too. You have good taste in music. You're funny. And you matter. And we do that with 30,000 people, 40,000 people, 50,000 people, 60,000 people. It matters, because you touch the lives of the people that you interact with. And that matters. So when I say I will stay optimistic, it's easier for me to stay optimistic because I get to talk to all of you every single day. And I get to see what incredible humans are part of this community, and how much you connect with each other, and how much you support each other. So when there is fuckery that pops off, I am able to remain optimistic because of this community. And I hope you guys can see that too, because it makes a difference. We can't fix everything, but we can lead by example. And we can say, with the cases that we watch, protecting the juries matter. Calling out bullshit matters. Witnessing these cases matters. And it changes things. I just want to make sure we are changing things in a positive way, because it pushes back in those that would seek to change things in a negative way. And who has the energy for living like that? We don't. We're busy. We're busy embracing the joy and some laughs. Imagine wanting to wallow in being angry and wanting to lash out and try to hurt people. That's not what we do. So no, people should not be threatening the jurors or the witnesses or the parties or their lawyers. No. Mm-mm. Now, if you are a resident of Norfolk County and you are unhappy with the way that the district attorney proceeded with the case, you can send an email to their office and be like, what are you doing? Don't do this. But when you threaten them, it just makes them double down. I don't know why people don't learn this yet. When you threaten people, they just double down. It doesn't change their mind. It makes them more steadfast. How have we not figured this out yet? But when you logic at people, it tends to make them more mad. And if fuckery like this persists, it's going to make transparency harder. And people will feel vindicated in not being transparent. And they will point to this case and say, see, we don't want to be transparent because of that. And that's a lose for all of us. So, absolutely a lose for all of us. Let's continue on after a big group hug, because you guys are the best, looking at the rest of the interviews. I think, you know what made me so sad? Yesterday, I finally found Vincent. Where'd Vincent Van Goat go? This trial has been so exhausting. So we have the goat scream on the soundboard because we're going to need it. I need to cue it up But I finally found Vincent Van Goat after I redid my office over the holidays. Poor Vincent had gotten put in a drawer. For those of you that are like, who is Vincent Van Goat? The chat named Vincent Van Goat. And I know I'm very like 2017 YouTuber, but it's the only way to make autofocus focus on the goat and not my face. Vincent Van Goat lost an ear. Chat immediately named goat Vincent Van Goat. But Vincent Van Goat is... Vincent Van Goat's battery has died. He's too tired. Vincent Van Goat sounds like me after 2 days at Dave. It's so sad. Poor Vincent. Poor Vincent. I broke my goat. Was it Murdaugh? Was it Murdaugh that broke the goat? We're going to have to find it, but Vincent Van Goat needs a new battery. He's just like... Vincent's like, I'm tired, y'all. I'm tired. I can't do this. Vincent, we need you because we have to talk about Brennan's statement. Just take a deep breath, everybody. Just take a deep breath. Just deep breath, everybody. Deep breath. We're going to talk about Attorney Brennan's statement. I need another coffee because we haven't even gotten to Proctor yet. Haven't even gotten to Proctor. All right. I am grabbing this from Ted Daniel. This is from yesterday morning. Emily, what did you do yesterday morning? Try to sleep and remember what day it was and figure out why my knee hurts so bad. It's just because you're old, girl. It's just because you're old. I thought I turned off all my notifications on this. I guess I haven't. We'll do that in a minute. Good morning, Ted said. This is a statement from Special Prosecutor Hank Brennan on the Karen Reed verdict. I am disappointed. Okay, I'm reading this. Everyone who's listening in the background, one more time, we are reading Attorney Brennan's statement. I'm actually surprised he gave a statement. He's not going to interview, but I'm surprised he gave a statement. I am disappointed in the verdict and the fact that we could not achieve justice for John O'Keefe and his family. I have thoughts. I will come back to them because if we go sentence by sentence, we're never going to get to the other interviews. I promise you, we will never get to the other interviews. District Attorney Michael Morrissey appointed me. Why? Giving me full discretion to independently assess the case and follow the evidence no matter where it led. So how did we get here? After an independent and thorough review of all the evidence, I concluded that the evidence led to one person and only one person. I'm fighting the urge to just give commentary sentence by sentence. But on this point, I must digress. There are plenty of cases where that may be true. That the prosecutor in charge, the district attorney in charge, the elected DA might conclude that the evidence led to one person and only one person. But you then have to take the next step and determine that that can be proven to a jury beyond a reasonable doubt. So even if Brennan believes that the evidence only pointed one direction, you still have to take a step back and say, but can I prove it? Even if that's what you think. I'm not going to argue with his opinion on the evidence. Even if that's what you think, there is one more step to that conversation. And that is, can you prove it? And the job of a prosecutor is, even if you believe it and you cannot prove it, you cannot proceed forward. But alas, that's not where we're at today. Nope, I got to make myself a little smaller. I'm going to just cut off all the words. Special Prosecutor Brennan said, quote, I concluded that the evidence led to one person and only one person. Neither the closed federal investigation nor my independent review led me to identify any other possible suspect or person responsible for the death of John O'Keefe. He is using the closed federal investigation to do some lifting here that I don't think it's that sentence's job to lift. Because I don't think the federal investigation, and this is speculative on my part, and after we read the statement from the police association, I don't think they were investigating to try to find an alternate suspect. I think, based on everything that we've seen, that they were investigating to see if there was bias in the investigation, if there was impropriety in the investigation, if it was a thorough investigation. Not that they were trying to say some other dude did it. Those are two very different things. And he kind of just lumped them all together there, didn't he? Y'all, I see some of you requesting to go code red. If we go code red now, we have nowhere left to go. And we haven't gotten to Proctor yet. I feel like we're going to need it. I'm amenable to green. I can be persuaded. Are we at Audacity? Or are we at bruh?
Bruh.
I'm going to put up a poll. Are we at bruh or are we at Audacity? Because remember, keep in mind, we still have to look at the Alberts and the McCabes and Proctor in addition to the jurors. So I'm going to put up a poll to see if we're at bruh or if we're at Audacity. And then when we get to the end of the statement, we will decide where are we at?
Bruh.
Or the audacity of the whole thing. Colleen John, I was trying to grab this in the chat and I didn't. It said this case needs a whole new level. I mean, it needs like code Canton or something. But I don't want to throw the entire state of Massachusetts under the bus. They don't deserve it. Right? So we can't go red yet. We gotta wait. So we gotta see if we're at Audacity or at bruh. Let's keep reading this statement. But yeah, this case might need its own. Well, that's a special kind of special, aren't we? Stacy, we do reset in between. But everything can't be DEFCON red. If everything's red, nothing's red. Code spam is funny. The statement, neither the closed federal investigation nor my independent review led me to identify any other possible suspect, doesn't flow with me. Because the investigation at the beginning missed steps that I think would make it difficult to find an alternative suspect. And I feel like this is just a red herring statement in here. It is a kind of a straw man argument. For me, when I look at this case, I look at, does the evidence point to Karen Reed? And is that evidence beyond a reasonable doubt? And does all the evidence square together without you having to like squint an eye and go sideways? Like without it becoming one of those paintings that's like a schooner or a sailboat. Some of you know what I'm talking about. Some of you are like, what the? I know. Squinty fuzzy dot ones. So it should be clear. It should not have to be squinted at. So now we are moving away from the it's all on Karen Reed and I am disappointed from Brennan to the rest of his statement. The campaign of intimidation and abuse that has been waged, funded, and promoted in public and on social media is the antithesis of justice. If this type of conduct becomes commonplace, it will threaten the integrity of our judicial system, affecting both victims and the criminally accused. Now, I don't think he's talking about all the same things I just talked about, but I don't understand what the principle being, there has to be process. And this also includes those going after witnesses on either side or jurors. That I don't disagree with. It will affect our justice system in a very, very negative way. And I don't like that. This is also from June 23rd. I don't know when the jury stuff started because I was daving, but if that happened before this, I don't know if this is encompassing all of it because he doesn't mention anything specifically, but we'll see. He goes on to say, we cannot condone witness abuse. Well, can we, or the jurors, or the participants, or the accused, or the victim's family, like everybody, not just witnesses, everybody. The experts, everyone. It should be participants. We cannot condone witness abuse causing participants to worry for their own safety or that of their families. Any of the participants, any of them, period. It is my hope that with the verdict, the witnesses and their families will be left alone. Also, the accused, also the jurors. Oh, he doubles down. The harassment of these innocent victims and family members is deplorable and should never happen again in a case in this Commonwealth. Brennan, if people are doxing people, aren't there privacy laws in Massachusetts that can be used? What about the ARCA witnesses? What about any of the witnesses? The DA's office should go after all of it then. Go after all of it. I don't think they will. But they should. On all sides. Where it's happening. But it should start with protecting the jurors. And at the end, he closes with, my heartfelt condolences to the O'Keefe family and fate. That sentence is strange. My heartfelt condolences to the O'Keefe family and faith that over the coming years, they will find peace and closure. I don't even know how I would rewrite that statement because I'm just so confused. And then at the end, it says Hank Brennan. I also hope the O'Keefe family is able to find peace and closure. I think it's kind of hard when the investigation was not helpful. I also think it's helpful to call out all of it. No one connected to this case should be harassed, doxxed, threatened. No one. And it shouldn't. I don't know why it has to be. I don't know why it has to be said. Like, don't obviously don't do that. So, not a word about thanking the jury for their service. I like Morrissey's statement better. I don't think this helps. It feels, this is just my opinion. Wait, where is it?
That's my opinion!
It continues to feel like the prosecution in the Reed case did not prosecute a case, but tried to defend all the parts of the case. And I think one of the things that was so difficult during this trial was that we were watching two defense attorneys act like defense attorneys. Or more than two. But I don't fault attorney Jackson and Little and Yannetti and Alessi for that. I don't fault them for that. They were doing their job. They were defense attorneys. It's their job. But it felt like Brennan was also defending law enforcement, defending the investigation, defending the witnesses. It felt like he was defending the case. But it was his job to prosecute the case. And at many aspects in the case, there were times where he was leaving open multiple possibilities. And that's exactly what defense attorneys do. If all of these things are possible and realistically possible, and reasonably possible, then that's doubt. It is the job of prosecutors to say, this thing is what happened. Even in his closing, he was talking about possibilities. That's doubt, though. There can't be other possibilities. And if you think about some of the cases that you've watched, you look at those cases and go, no, there's no other possibility. I know exactly what happened here. It was this. That's not this case. And even in closing, Brennan was saying, he was talking about the video. We saw in the video from the ARCA testing that it approximates that could have happened. He said things like, we can't tell you exactly how it happened. Okay, but that's the job of the prosecutor, is to tell you exactly how it happened. Or to say, we don't know. We can tell you how John O'Keefe died. And I don't think we got there in this case. And one of the witnesses for me in this case that was difficult to overcome in my mind was Dr. Wolf, hungry like the real thing, not Dr. Dimples. Dr. Wolf talked about the fact that he saw those types of injuries from people having a heart attack and falling backwards, from people being intoxicated and slipping on ice and falling backwards. Dr. Wolf gave a lot of possibilities for those head injuries. But none of them also required more force from movement of an object. They didn't require someone to be hit by a car or pushed or knocked over or hit or jumped on or anything. It didn't require anything else. It could just be a fall backwards. And so when you get to the prosecution witnesses giving you multiple reasonable possibilities, then you're still at multiple possibilities. So even the statement from Hank Brennan feels like it's coming from the perspective of defense. And a lot of you have said we're at bruh. So bruh we will be. We will grant a code bruh. We will bruh. I don't even think we've had time to make a bruh bumper because we have been so busy with all of the other things that we have done. So we are not there yet, but we will bruh. We will bruh for the lights, and then we will move on because I'm sure we will get into others. We will get into other levels of audacity. So where is my, hold on. We got to get the lights to code bruh. There we go. It changes all the things. So 55% of you said code bruh, because seriously.
Bruh.
Dawn asked if the sidebars are under seal. They still are, to my knowledge, impounded. I think the jury list is also still impounded. But yes, they are still impounded. If they ever get unimpounded, we'll talk about it. They're still impounded. So, bruh. Like, just
bruh,
what are we doing? I don't know. I don't know if this helps or if this just makes it worse. What do you guys think? Does this help? I don't disagree with the sentiment that no one who is involved in a court case should be harassed, doxxed, threatened, that people should go IRL. I don't disagree with that. I just don't know if this statement is the place for that. I don't know. I might be critical if he gave two different statements. I don't know if I would be or not. A statement saying, I respect the verdict of the jury. I hope for healing for John O'Keefe's family. This is the end of this case. The jury has done their service. Members of the community have come forward as witnesses, and the jury has decided. And we appreciate the jury for all of their time and consideration. Or just no statement. Or even, I don't know. I don't know if it would have been better. I don't know what would have made it easier. I also think perhaps it should be DA Morrissey who's calling out harassment and the rest of it, because he's the elected DA. Maybe if people are harassing jurors, that's something that someone should go looking into. It seems to me, because that's unacceptable. But bruh, didn't thank the jury at all, which is unfortunate. And I think the only place to go from that statement, talking about the witnesses, is maybe to the statements from some of the witnesses first. And then I'm going to put up another poll. We're going to talk about the Alberts and the McCabes first. Thank you, chat, in advance for just taking a deep breath. We're going to look at what they have to say. They were interviewed by the media. They have a right to say what they want to say. We don't have to agree. Reasonable minds can differ. I'm interested to hear what they have to say. We're also going to remind ABC that ABC, hey, news reporting. And then I'm going to ask you in the chat, after we talk about the Albert McCabe's interviews, do we want to talk about Proctor's statements next or juror statements? I'm putting up that poll. I'm going to leave that poll up. Will we go to the statements from ABC with Nightline? And we will link the full videos below. As we get into some of the commentary from their hosts, I will zoom past that commentary and getting into their statements. So that's where we're going to go first. Some statements, I saw some statements given to TMZ that I'm not going to pull up because, TMZ gets all slap happy on taking down streams. And we can only fight with so many people. So I saw a number of you mention juror number 1. I have a written interview with juror number 1, and we will pull up the interview from this morning with juror number 1. So let's go to the video first, because hey, it's been 7 seconds and we haven't gotten to watch any video together. How do we even do a stream without video anymore? It's been like 9 weeks of video streams. So now we are going to get into, this is a 7-minute clip that we are looking at. We're going to break it down and give commentary. So that's what we're going to do with this. Let's see. Let me reset our lights real quick and let me pull that up. Yeah. We have much to do. We have much to do today. Where's our normal lights? All right. It was a brief code bruh, but I'm sure we'll get back to code bruh at some point. If not Audacity. If not the rest of it. For real. Let's swoop real quick. This is from a segment on Dateline. I think they also put it on Nightline, and they have clipped it in a bunch of different ways. it is elsewhere, but we will link this full video down below. And if you want to go watch the full video with all of the commentary and the B-roll and stuff, it's down below so you can. Let's take a look at ABC News' interview with the Karen Read witnesses. Though the only one who testified in this trial was Jen McCabe. So not all of them were witnesses in this case. Hopefully the sound will be good. And I can't even put up really our live court bumper because we're not on live court really. So we're just going to leave it. That's a good idea though, Miguelina. We should make a note that when we do interviews, we should have a little Lawnard live that's not a court one. That's not a bad idea because we end up covering interviews at the end. Okay. Let's take a look, shall we?
The criminal justice system has let us down at every turn. And yesterday was the final letdown. And that's why we're here, because there's...
Remember to take a breath, everybody. Remember to take a breath. Just remember to take a breath because they feel that the criminal justice system has let them down. Sir, you're a part of that criminal justice system. So there's that.
There's nobody left to stand up for us.
Think real long and hard before you're a witness in a case because no one protects you. And it's very, very sad.
For the first time, some of the key players in the case.
So they are going to start with talking to the group together and some B-roll of everybody walking in. But I think warning people not to be a witness in a case is not accurate because, you know, not legal advice, just practical advice. But if you're subpoenaed as a witness in a case and you don't go, the problems become much larger. So that's not good. That's not good advice.
McCabe and her husband, Matt, former Boston police sergeant Brian Albert and his wife, Nicole, and his brother.
Brian and Nicole, and then Chris, his wife.
They're Chris Albert, all five of them.
Chris's wife chose not to be on camera. She testified, though. Chat, remind me in trial one, wasn't Chris Albert's wife the one with the donkeys in the blizzard? It was the donkeys in the blizzard, right? I thought so. But, yes, Julie, thank you. And for those of you asking why Brian Albert is former, he retired. He retired. He rehomed his job. I don't think that's too snarky. I'm going to leave it. I'll allow it. I would not like to take that back. I'll allow it.
Pulled into the center of this high-profile case.
All right. Let's get back to their statements.
We were just witnesses. This is a thing that we had nothing to do with.
We did the civic duty.
I really wish that we could hear. I really wish we could hear the full statement because that was so clipped that you couldn't even hear the end of Chris Albert's statement because it was so clipped. I'm going to play it again. But what did they clip out? And this is why I prefer, I guess this show is basically just a podcast at this point, but I prefer the long form unedited. Truly prefer the long form unedited because I want to hear all of it. I don't mind editing it for pauses, but
to the center of this high-profile case. And now speaking,
I wanted to hear the full sentence.
I think the reason we all stayed quiet is because we were just witnesses. This is a thing that we had nothing to do with.
We did the civic duty, came and told the truth, and that's it.
Free Karen! All right, I'm going to fast forward through some of the B-roll until we get back to the statements from those that are being interviewed without... I wanted to make sure we didn't lose any of their statements without getting into all of the without getting into all of the background on the case. So those are Karen's statements outside the courthouse.
People turned this thing into a tailgate party, it looked like some days. Board games, cornhole, cookouts. This is a guy that was murdered, and it's atrocious for that family.
While the prosecutors blamed
Okay.
Reed for
I mean,
the defense that night.
it is a lot. There was a lot going on outside the courthouse. However, people can choose to spend their time together in community how they choose to spend their time together in community. Also, some of you are saying, I was there, I never saw cornhole. Fair enough. Also, all of you are saying, he's a guy again. You guys clocked that faster than I did because I was so caught on he's condemning everyone. But yeah, the guy. Excellent point, chat. Excellent point. We'll roll that. I will allow it. We'll roll that back one more time. A very good catch.
Without.
Hold on. These are Karen's statements outside of court, which we have seen.
Turned this thing into a tailgate party, it looked like some days. Board games, cornhole, cookouts. This is a guy that was murdered, and
This is a guy that was murdered. Not our friend. Not John O'Keefe. Not even a cop. But yeah, a guy. This is a guy.
it's atrocious for that family.
While the prosecutors blamed
All right.
Reed,
We're going to, we know what the prosecutors did.
family members framed Reed to cover up what really happened that night.
And that was the
Ever
defense's
since
argument?
their lives becoming
All right. We're going to fast forward through some of the commentary.
Sense where we're not real people. We're almost like caricatures. We're pawns.
Have each of you been called murderers? Like actual murderers?
Oh, yeah, on a daily
I mean, I don't doubt that they've been name called. I think we've seen lots of that.
basis.
Anybody who's touched this case has been called a murderer at some point.
And anyone who's friends with us.
I don't know if it's funny, though. Matt, I don't. Okay.
Support cop killers.
after 3+ years, the saga.
All right. I hate how clipped it is. So, Karen Reed and Alan Jackson walking. They're talking about O'Keefe's family, but I don't think.
And what happened yesterday, and
Again, there is no closed captioning that we. Oh, maybe there is. Hold on. That would be great. I do want to just get to their interviews, and they're not contiguous. It's just so chopped down. And I think, I don't know. I wish we had the full interview without all the quick clips. I don't know.
Struggling
I would
with the
prefer that
verdict.
I'm
format.
just sad for John's family and what happened yesterday. And
I will say, I saw so many of you. We were here together, watching the verdict, tech issues and all. And so many of you said the same thing. I am relieved with this verdict. I think the jury made the right decision with the verdict, and I am incredibly sad for John's family. Both things can be true. And yes, I think it is incredibly sad for John's family. They deserve answers, and they did not get them. But that's on those that investigated the case, right? So it's both are true. Both are true.
Struggling with the verdict.
I'm just sad for John's family and what happened yesterday. And I feel like they didn't get justice for him, and our lives just changed forever.
Why speak out now after the verdict?
We took what we thought was the high road.
Right.
Let the court do its job.
And the court did its job. So the case went to trial twice. So this is going to be B-roll of the waterfall. I hope we get back into the interview in a moment. Those are clips from the waterfall that we saw in the trial.
And
But we have, the narration of getting back to the Albert home, and hopefully we don't need the background of what happened. I would like to hear more from those that are being interviewed. There we go.
Never come in the house.
Never. No.
You never saw John O'Keefe in the house, right?
Never.
Never. Never.
It's an interesting question. You never saw John O'Keefe in the house, right? No, but we saw all their text messages. Tell them the guy never came in the house. Absolutely. And that can be interpreted two ways. And some interpret it, well, they testified that it was, we were just confirming, like, remember to say this thing. Others interpret it as, do the right thing. But that's the question. You never saw John come in the house, right?
Possibly involving other members of law enforcement.
No, that is a
Did John
terrible
ever come in
place
the
for
house?
Closed captioning.
Never. No.
You never saw John O'Keefe in the house, right?
Never.
Never. Never.
These are people in your own community who believe the conspiracy theories, who believe that there were other law enforcement officials and agents
An open-ended question here might be helpful, but that's just me.
involved in this. Why is it people in your own community who believe these conspiracy theories?
You do realize
Objection. Calls for speculation. Calls for speculation. Calls for speculation. Why do people believe these things? Not a good question. I would like to hear what they have to say without the leading questions.
for this conspiracy to be true, it would take 30 to 50 people. You'd have to have multiple cops on 2 different police departments, multiple civilians, the medical examiner, firemen, EMTs, you name it. That's how preposterous and silly this is. And great question. I don't understand how people bought this.
Brian Albert says he and Nicole only found out about John's death when Jen McCabe, who is Nicole's sister, barged into their bedroom.
She was just...
Because nobody answered the phone? I'm interested to hear what happened when the barging into the bedroom happened. I'm very curious.
Upset, and I immediately thought something had happened to one of her children or one of my children, because why else is she in my bedroom at 6:30 in the morning right now?
And what did she tell you?
She said, John's out front. I think John's dead out front. I'm
going to let him finish.
Said, what the are you talking about, Jen? And I'm like, who? I didn't know.
You still didn't piece it together.
I didn't understand what she was talking about, because why would John be out front of my house?
So massively confusing.
And then what did you do to wrangle the dog? She comes barging in the house at 6:30 in the morning, and you're like, what the fuck, Jen? And then what? I guess we're going to hear, and then what?
There are police officers, EMTs on your front lawn. You're an officer. Why don't you just go outside and investigate or take a look?
I'm not a Canton police officer. I'm a Boston.
Well, Emily, how critical can you be? You've had this question for like 3 years. You've wanted to know the answer. You've said, this doesn't make any sense. I know lots of cops and in all different kinds of agencies and first responders and firefighters. And you know what they are? They're A, nosy, and they generally B, want to help. Why would I go out there? I'm not a Canton cop. So, you don't want to know what's happening on your lawn? It's the least curiosity I've ever seen from any human ever. I'm not a Canton cop. Why would I go out into my front? Because it's your front lawn. Why would I go out on the lawn? Your sister-in-law comes barging into your bedroom and you're like, Jen, what the fuck? And then the response is not, guys, what the fuck? You don't go outside and ask all of the cops what the fuck? If the question is what the fuck, you have people to ask. Go ask them. It's not an imminently dangerous situation. I mean, it's cold, but it's not dangerous. It's not an active situation where they're trying to apprehend someone in the moment where you're going to interrupt. They're outside. They're all sitting there going, what the fuck? And you don't go out and ask what the fuck? Cops want to know what's happening in their neighborhood. Perhaps more than even members of the HOA. They want to know what's happening. I wanted answers. I don't think this is all of the answer. I'm skeptical. This answer doesn't make any sense to me. Especially when you are used to being in the know. Not being in the know is frustrating. When you are used to having the inside scoop, I guess part of the reason I'm unsatisfied with the answer is that, well, we don't know if he was out of the loop on this because we don't know if he immediately got onto his phone and started asking other people what the fuck. Because he very well might have, and that is speculative on my part. We don't know an answer to that. He very well might have gotten those answers elsewhere without going out in the cold, but we don't know. Because his phone just disappeared. And they didn't bring it in the first trial because it was just gone. So we don't know if he obtained answers a different way. But it's the middle of a blizzard. You don't go outside and say, what's going on? Do you need anything? Do you have enough people? And you said that this is your friend. I don't know, man. Maybe I treat my friends differently. But if somebody comes in and says, your friend is outside, I would probably be outside barefoot in a robe, panicked. But I can't ascribe my behavior to everyone. But I know how I respond when I am stressed. So, if it's someone I don't know, maybe I pause to put shoes on if it's snowing and go out and say, can I help? This is a help. Oh, okay. Emily, just let the answer play. I just don't understand. Some of you are saying, Emily, you would run outside in your Uggs. Yep. I'm going to just let him answer again because I interrupted it.
Outside and investigate or take a look.
I'm not a Canton police officer. I'm a Boston police officer.
And?
I was just woken up out of a cold sleep from hanging out the night before. By the time I came downstairs, the police were already in my house. John.
How long did it take you to get downstairs? Police were already in my house. Wasn't worried at all. He said cold sleep because he didn't say he was dead asleep. That's why he rethought in context, and he didn't want to say I was in a dead sleep or a deep sleep. So he used cold. That's why he used cold, because he didn't think of deep sleep in that moment. I realize in the circumstances, cold is probably not much better. By the time I got downstairs, police were already in my house. How long did it take you to get downstairs?
I came downstairs, the police were already in my house. John was already gone. There was nobody to save. I would have taken a bullet for John O'Keefe because he was a fellow cop. That's the most ridiculous question that people always ask. It made zero sense. What am I supposed to do? Run out front in my underwear and start running yellow tape around the fire hydrant?
Over the course of the night,
No, I don't think you're going to run outside in your underwear and run yellow tape around a fire hydrant. But maybe go downstairs, go outside and say, hey, what's going on? Do you need anything? Anything I can do? What's happening? What do you think happened? Are we in danger? Real mad about that question.
Reed called and texted John.
All right. These are about the facts of the case.
Would you say that you were angry with John?
This is clips from the other 2020 interviews that they have done with Karen Reed. And this goes to a initial juror statement, which I'm going to back up. So these are clips from Karen Reed from the prior interviews with 2020.
Hit John's body with my car.
This is only part of the
I
statement.
spoke with a juror tonight who told me she believes a collision did not occur.
Overall,
obviously they believe that because their verdict says that they believe that.
Who told me she believes a collision did not occur.
overall, a lot of the evidence had caused reasonable doubt, and that was enough for us not to convict.
If a lot of the evidence causes doubt, then yes, the only thing a jury can do is not convict. Yes. What? Yes. Yes.
A little after 6 a.m.
All right. I hate a fucking dramatic reenactment. I really do. I hate it. No, but this is not actual video. This is the same jacket that Jen said she was wearing that they saw at the on the video from the waterfall and that Karen was wearing. So they are trying to do a dramatic reenactment. And then they were playing part of the 911 call, which we have heard in trial. And Jen McCabe saying, there's a man passed out in the snow. There's a guy, there's a man. There's a man passed out in the snow.
Hello?
But what raised eyebrows.
Oh, we know what raised eyebrows during this testimony. We're going to scoot through this. I want to get back to the questions at hand here.
That Google search that morning, was it at 6 a.m. or was it at 6:27 a.m.? How long to die in the cold?
That's not even an accurate question. I'm not trying to be hypercritical, but chat, the question is not, was the Google search at 6 a.m. or 6:20 a.m.? It's never been, was the Google search at 6 a.m. or 6:20 a.m.? That's like, we're completely missing the point.
Searched it before O'Keefe's body was found.
So much has been made about that Google search that morning. Was it at 6 a.m. or was it at 6:27 a.m.? How long to die in the cold? What's your answer?
She asked me to do it at outside of Fairview at 6:20, whatever it was. Doesn't matter how much I say about it, people will not believe it.
The group also hoping to clear up rumors.
I mean, whoever prepped the questions, the question was between after 6 a.m. and 2:27, but okay. Pictures of presumably Chloe.
Regarding the Albert's dog, Chloe,
Yep, there's questions
who
about
had
Chloe.
been rehomed after the incident. The defense claimed the dog
Yeah, we know what the defense claimed. I just want to hear the interview. Oh, they are so clipped together. So, yes, we heard the testimony during trial.
For 2 years, where Chloe is. The state shared it with them.
So if they wanted to take DNA evidence from Chloe the dog and match it to possible DNA evidence on John O'Keefe.
What did you just say? What DNA evidence would they take from the dog to match to DNA on John O'Keefe? Nobody took DNA from John O'Keefe's arm. What are you going to match it to? there's nothing to match it to. Because it wasn't swabbed. Okay. So they're saying the defense knew where Chloe was, and the defense
For 2 years.
The defense could have done it. Well, it's not their, I mean, it's not their job to do it, but this is not a court of law, it's an interview. I would just like the facts to be accurate.
Dog attack. Those marks are from teeth.
They've known for 2 years where Chloe is. The state shared it with them.
So if they wanted to take DNA evidence from Chloe the dog and match it to possible DNA evidence on John O'Keefe, they could have matched it.
Absolutely.
But now with the trial.
Objection, states facts, not in evidence. I disagree. There was nothing, even if someone went and swabbed Chloe for doggy DNA, there's nothing to match it to because that wasn't preserved from John O'Keefe. They swabbed the hoodie, but by the time they did that, it was so much later. Even that wasn't helpful. So okay. We're going to continue past that because those are not the facts as they came in. The exterior of the courthouse is pretty, though. So there's that. I'm going to hope that they get back to a little bit more
Hope to continue calling this community
interview.
their home.
You get down, you get depressed, and it's like, but this is the town we like grew up in. Like, we didn't do anything wrong. We all contributed to our town. We love our town. Why should we have to go anywhere?
All right. Well, that is the end of that interview. We are going to look at some more interviews. There are some inaccurate, aside from how you feel about the answers that were given, because the answers that they have given are the answers that they've given. I don't think that's going to help in any way. But there are just some statements that are not accurate. I also can't imagine that they didn't talk to that group for longer. Where is and that's all they've aired. And I went and looked at the full episode. That's all they've aired. Where is the rest of it? I just don't know. Amy Lynn said, what does it mean when my question is gray? We have slow mode on just because the chat gets so busy. So there's a little countdown clock on the side of the chat and you can see it. It's just slow mode. It holds it until the slow mode time is passed. It slows it down. But I would like to see the full interview without the edits. That's never going to happen. That's not how media does things. But that was very brief. I hope maybe we will see more. And maybe it is going to be repackaged and there will be bits of it more. I don't know. They didn't ask, it seems, if or why 34 Fairview was sold and things like that. There's a lot that we did not see. But it's really hard to evaluate an interview where everything's clipped down to like one sentence. So that's a little frustrating. Again, I prefer conversational settings, but you know that about me. It's interesting to hear Brian Albert answer the question that I have been asking. And the question from Brian Albert that a lot of us had is, why not go outside? And his response to that was essentially, why would I? Not verbatim, but I'm not a Canton cop. I'm a Boston cop. What am I supposed to do? Go down there and start running tape? Okay. Interesting answer. But no, I don't think, and maybe it's because the question was, wouldn't you go out to investigate? That's not the question for me. The question, I've never had the question, why wouldn't you go investigate? It's not his to investigate. why wouldn't you go out and ask? You knew that John was coming to your house. You knew he was invited to your house. You knew that at that moment, your sister-in-law's in the bedroom saying a fellow Boston police officer is downstairs. And he said in the interview, I thought that Jen said, I thought he was dead. So you now have someone who is part of your agency dead outside. Investigating is not what anyone thinks. Well, I can't speak for anyone. Investigating is not ever what I thought. It's the, what is happening? And also, are we safe? What do you think happened? Or also to give information. He's at your house. Hey, we all came home from the bar last night. They were supposed to come over. They never came in. We never saw them. Why is he? How is he here? What is happening? Nobody thinks you're going to investigate. But the lack of curiosity still speaks very loudly to me. That's somebody from your department. And you don't want to know what the fuck? I don't believe that. I don't believe that you don't immediately want to know what happened, what is happening, who's the lead investigator on this. Here's my cell phone number if you don't already have it. I need to know everything that's going on. Okay. So that's the interview with some of the Alberts and Jen and Matt McCabe. It was incredibly brief. I don't know if we'll see any more from it. And all of you said that what you wanted to do next, 70% said Proctor next and then jurors at the end. Motion granted, Proctor next, jurors at the end. Completely fair order to do it in. We only have a few clips from Proctor. I also watched all of this so you don't have to. And I am going to give you kind of the rundown. Let me go grab it real quick. Did I have them? Where did I put them? It was late. I put them somewhere. There they are. No, that's not it. I watched all of the Proctor interview, also an ABC interview that they did with 2020. And it is interspersed quite a lot with other clips from A Body in the Snow, which was also, that was Discovery ID. I would assume, and I don't know off the top of my head, I would assume Discovery ID is part of the ABC Disney family. So Proctor sat down with an interview. They've teased clips on socials of Proctor. Not all of the clips are on social. The entire episode is on Hulu, which doesn't surprise me, and I'm sure it's elsewhere. But the entire episode is not yet on social media or on YouTube. My brain is just buffering after that last interview. I went to make sure we had the interview. I hadn't watched it without y'all, and I'm just like, what in the world? Oh, that's not my department. I'm still buffering. Still buffering from that. So Proctor sat down with the same interviewer for his interview about this case. The clips that I am going to show and will show in a few minutes are clips about the text messages and clips about the planting evidence. Those are the clips they've shared on social. But I'm going to give you the rundown of the interview from my notes, going through it on Hulu. BJ said, oddly, ID is owned by Warner CNN. Fair enough. They used quite a lot of the information from Body in the Snow, but it might have been from the other 2020 episode, and I'm just conflating the two because the interviews in Body in the Snow were so similar, or they all licensed them to each other. But there was quite a lot in the 2020 episode that we have seen in other episodes. And those might have been the Discovery ID special. They might have been a different 2020 episode. but it was a lot of what we had seen before. So my first thoughts on it were how much of that episode, and it's over an hour long, but how much of that 2020 episode was repurposed from other things that if you have watched content about this case, you would have already seen. The interview with Proctor is incredibly short, and it is interspersed throughout the entirety, right? Because it's the hook. And at the beginning, the thing that was noticeable is one of the first questions that was asked was whether or not John O'Keefe, being a cop, changed the investigation. And the Proctor was no. The Proctor answer was no, nor should it. And then there's a little more emotion involved. So does the investigation change because the victim is a cop? No, and it shouldn't. But then also, but yeah, there's more emotion involved. Sure. Then they got into what evidence was important, and Proctor starts talking about other vehicle collision accidents and talks about people getting completely ripped out of their clothes, like all of their clothes. And I was like, this is the strangest answer. All of their clothes being at the point of impact. And I'm like, what? And then talking about the shoes and how important the shoes were, and that one shoe being at the scene and one shoe being at the hospital was really important to him. And then that early in the investigation, they knew that John went to CF McCarthy's and met friends, went to the waterfall, and then Jen invited them back. Then he was asked, so what does all this tell you based on the investigation? And I'm summarizing that. And the answer was, it would be later that day. This, I went back and rewinded. I went back and rewound a couple times because I wanted to hear his exact words on this from Michael Proctor. Now, this interview seems like it was done either right before or right after the verdict, close in time. And when I was listening to his answer, it just didn't make a ton of sense. But the question from the interviewer was, what does the evidence tell you? And Proctor said it would be later in the day, that collectively, as we all met as a unit. And we heard about this in this case at Canton. They all kind of sat around a conference table and talked about it. One shoe at the scene, one shoe at the hospital, he said. Taillight pieces, and her statements, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? We were very confident in what happened, that she backed her Lexus into John O'Keefe. On the 29th? If you're that confident on the 29th, then why not keep a chain of custody? It really seems, based on those statements, and these are statements in hindsight, these are answers 3 years later. And he's saying, look, all of the evidence. But I think what he meant was her statements. Because he was saying that day, on the 29th, when we all sat as a unit, we knew what happened. We were very confident in what happened, that she backed her Lexus into John O'Keefe. That answer is telling to me. That day, taillight, shoe, statement, period. And that's how that investigation continued to go. Isn't it? Taillight, shoe, statement. Period. But if that's true, then I don't know, write a chain of custody log, photograph everything, secure the video of the car. I think I would understand more if the answer was, you know what, we had a lot more questions. We wanted to see what happened when the autopsy came back. We were waiting for more answers. I think that would make more sense to me. But I think this answer in her statements is truthful, her statements. And then Proctor starts distancing himself from the Alberts, and he's like, look, I never met Brian Albert till I interviewed him. I had a distant relationship to Chris and Julie Albert. I don't think that relationship's distant. That was thoroughly, I think, discussed in the first trial. Their families seemed to be close, but his words were a distant relationship to Chris and Julie Albert, and that DA Morrissey and nobody else thought that there was a conflict here. That's not a distant relationship. It's just not. He can say that word over and over again, but their families are friendly. She watches his kids. Like, that's not a distant relationship at all. And he's like, it's a distant relationship through my sister. Your sister that you talk to like every day. How many of you that watched the first trial were stunned when they talked about how many phone calls there were between Proctor and his sister? Like a ton of them. I was like, I should call my brother more. My brother would be like, why are you calling me so much? Everything all right? I disagree. We'll get to the did you plant evidence question because we'll watch it on video. He asked about the text messages. Who were you writing to? Was the question. Proctor said, to my good buddies that I've been friends with since first grade. Canton hasn't had a homicide in about 20 years, so they're naturally interested. Just regrettable messages. And this is verbatim my transcription from this. But in all the content in the messages, what you don't see is a conspiracy. And so then the interviewer asked him, well, what do you see? And this is Proctor introspecting on his own messages. I see someone who was caught up in the moment of investigating a fellow officer. Okay, but at the beginning of the interview, you said it didn't matter that the victim was an officer. And now it matters that the victim's an officer, because now you got to spill the tea to your buddies in the group chat because you're investigating a lawyer. I was reading the chat. You're investigating the death of a fellow cop, and Canton hasn't had a murder in 20 years. And you're the guy. You're the guy investigating the murder. Some of you asked, what about the Birchmore case? This is fair. Kelly, they didn't treat it like a homicide. And he still doesn't see it. It seems that way. They didn't treat they didn't investigate the Birchmore case like a homicide. Also, it didn't happen in Canton, but it was not investigated as a homicide. It was treated from the beginning as a suicide, not a homicide. So either way, Proctor is saying, essentially, I couldn't help talking to my buddies because I'm the dude on the big case. The interviewer does ask about the texts about Karen Reed saying, hey, what about hopefully Karen Reed harms herself? And Proctor's answer was verbatim, it was made in jest. It's a figure of speech. I made it in jest. And then the interviewer went on to say, you say that a lot? And he's like, yeah, I say that a lot. Okay. When did you develop such strong feelings about Karen Reed? And asking about the text about Karen Reed. And he said, those are feelings that developed as the case went on. When you have a fellow officer around my age, 2 kids of his own, you have feelings. Those texts are from like that night though. They're within like 12, 15 hours. They're not even a day later. As the investigation went on, they're in real time. It's like immediate. So no, those strong feelings did not, I do not believe they developed as the case went on. And I am surprised that Proctor does not remember the timing of those texts because he testified in the first trial about it. We've watched both trials about it. Those texts are not from as it went on. This is the question that absolutely surprised me. Maybe I shouldn't be, but I was. The interviewer asked if there was any part of the investigation that Proctor would do over. And he said, because it is blown up into this crazy so-called conspiracy, maybe I could have avoided it by looking at other people's cars just to say we did it. I'm not editorializing. That is verbatim what he said. Just to say we did it. Maybe interviewed some witnesses a little bit sooner. He said that immediately. Overall, myself and every other detective in the office worked this case like we always do. So I wouldn't change anything. And then the interviewer says nothing. And Proctor says no. I wouldn't, no. Wouldn't change anything. Maybe I could have avoided it by looking at other people's cars just to say we did it. Maybe interviewed some witnesses a little bit sooner. And then the clip that they kind of teased in the promos was Proctor looking like he was starting to tear up and cry. In case you're wondering about what that part of the interview is and don't want to watch it yourself, A, I understand, but B, let me assure you that it is not out of remorse over all of this. It is, he is hurting because the police officers union, SPAM, the State Police of Massachusetts Association, his union rep came to his house and took all of his uniforms when he was relieved of duty. And he was incredibly emotional about them coming in and taking all of his Class A uniforms from him. So if you've seen that clip of Proctor starting to be emotional, I think they have labeled it all over social as Proctor breaks down. That's what it's about. They took his uniforms away. I mean, also his badge and his gun and his job and his paycheck and the rest of it. But it was his uniforms. They took his uniforms. And then talking about being fired, Proctor said that he's appealing with the State Police of Massachusetts Association. He is appealing the termination. And he said, I don't know any trooper that's been punished for personal text messages on his personal phone, let alone fired. So it seems to me that maybe Proctor has missed the point a bit because it wasn't, the text messages were what opened the door to the entirety of the investigation, but the text messages alone are not why he was terminated. It's not about the pasta. It's not about the pasta. And he can keep saying it's the text messages, it's the text messages. It's not just the text messages. The text messages are the tipping point. So I don't know if he's willfully missing the point or if it is just a full defense mechanism at this point, but the texts are only a part of it. And he doesn't acknowledge that in the parts of the interview we saw. Now, I have no way to know what's been edited out or not. I imagine if they were going to interview Proctor, they wouldn't just edit things out if he was talking about bias in the investigation or more. But he was fired for the texts, bias in the investigation, and more. So the texts are just a part of it. And it wasn't just texting about your investigation on your personal phone. It goes well beyond that, but Proctor has kind of narrowed that down in his responses to say, I don't know anyone that's been punished for personal text on a personal phone. So there's that. Let's take a look at some of the clips that have been shared. We'll talk about the texts regarding Karen Reed first. Then we will get to some of the other ones. And a number of you in the chat mentioned that there might be a few more clips of Proctor shared elsewhere. I'll go take a look real quick after we pull up the two that I've grabbed. So this is more conversation between Matt Gutman. Is it Gutman? Gutman? My phonemic awareness is so terrible. Gutman and Proctor. Let's take a look at this quick clip about the text messages. I think this is about the text messages.
At what point did you develop such strong negative feelings about Karen Reed that you would say things like, hopefully she kills herself, or calling her the C word?
Those feelings developed as the case went on.
I mean, can you see how people might think, he was caught in this instance speaking about a suspect in this way. Maybe it's happened in other cases as well.
I 100% understand why people would think that. But when you have, a fellow police officer around my age, 2 kids of his own, it generates an emotion. And I expressed those emotions in a negative way, which I shouldn't have. I shouldn't even, been texting my friends anything. They are what they are. They don't define me as a person. They're regrettable.
Okay. So it developed in the investigation. Those, we saw the timestamps. I don't know, maybe someone who didn't watch the case is like, oh, interesting. But also they clipped in a different part of the interview in the middle of the sentence. So it makes it hard to have a continuous read on it. But it's regrettable. I shouldn't have been texting anyone. Accurate, you shouldn't have been texting anyone about the investigation. Except like, hey, who's doing the chain of custody log or something. But it's very clipped down. Let's take a look at the clip when he is asked about planting evidence, because he is asked directly about planting evidence. In this case, let's see, did I put the right, skill issue, Emily, skill issue. It needs to go into the browser. Hold on. I copy and pasted it into the exact same place. That doesn't help me. That doesn't help me at all. It needs to go into the other browser so we can share it with everybody. What in the world? Nope, still doing the same thing. All right.
Did you plant evidence?
We're going to get to that question and answer, because I can't leave this one out. Can't leave this one out at all. It just didn't want to pull up for me. Cause oh boy.
Did you plant evidence?
Absolutely not. And I'm laughing because it's such a ridiculous accusation. It's something I would never do. I've never.
We got to get back to the beginning of this one more time, because it clips so fast to him. We don't get the full reaction because we can't see his face.
Did you plant evidence?
Absolutely not. And I'm laughing because it's so.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Emily, where's your absolutely not shirt? It's still dirty. haven't had a chance to do laundry yet. I would like to have seen his response to the question more than the questioner's question.
Did you plant evidence?
Absolutely not. And I'm laughing because it's such a ridiculous accusation. It's something I would never do. I've never done.
You know, most people would.
And there's no evidence of it.
We're talking about people in your community, your neighbors, who believe it. This is not strangers. This is people in Canton. Why do you think that is?
That's just the loud minority. The silent majority. We've had an overwhelming amount of support. They're just not out there tweeting.
We've had an overwhelming amount of support. They're just not out there tweeting. Okay. So for all of you that are like, what was Proctor's interview like? That's what it was like. The entirety of Proctor's interview was like that. All of you were like, Emily, go to Code Red. We're going to move on to the jurors next. We're in a mix between WTF and the audacity, and what I don't understand is why. Why give the interview? Just why give the interview? I don't think it helped. I don't think it's going to make things better. And I don't think Proctor's going to change anyone's mind. And the investigation into him getting fired was what it was. We just need a little Code Red. Okay. That's fair, chat. You're like, no, we've earned this Code Red. We have sat through the fuckery. Fair. Fair. We have sat through the fuckery. We have gone through Proctor's statements. We have watched it together. We will Code Red, and then when we move on to the jurors, we will reset. So, for those of you that are new, welcome. Code Red is a bit flashy. When the music stops, the flashing will stop. But yeah. We're going to Code Red. In 3, 2, 1. I just don't understand the point of the interview. I don't. And I don't know if it's trying to change the opinions from those that didn't see him testify. I mean, I think a post on social media saying the testimony from the first trial says everything that it needs to say. It's here. If you need to say anything at all, but I don't know if anything needs to be said, especially while his appeal is still pending. I don't think this will change how his appeal is viewed, because I don't think there's much that he said in there that goes to, I don't know, or is different maybe than what he said in the investigation, other than it's regrettable. He didn't say, I regret sending them. He didn't say, I regret saying it. He didn't say, I regret calling Karen Reed names. He didn't say, I understand the jury's verdict. There's a lot of things that weren't said. It was most unusual to me that he doubled down on, I would do nothing different in the investigation. That was the most surprising thing to me. The rest of it is in line with how he testified. Oh, we pinged. That was loud today. Thanks, Leonards. I am surprised that he sees no area for improvement in the investigation, and that his suggestion was, and his answer was, again, any part of the actual investigation you would do over. His answer was, because it has blown up into this crazy, crazy so-called conspiracy. Not, hey, because I've had a chance to step back and look at this case, I see where there are holes and I wish I had done these things better. No, it's because of what they're all saying, I wish I had protected myself better. That's how I read it. That's how I read his statement. I wish I had protected myself better because it blew up into this crazy, crazy so-called conspiracy. Maybe I could have avoided it. Maybe I could have avoided the pain, the accusations, the allegations, by looking at other people's cars just to say we did it. Maybe you could have investigated. Maybe the videos could have been preserved. Maybe photos could have been taken before Karen Reed's car ever got loaded up onto the tow truck. Maybe Karen Reed's car photos could have been taken when you rolled up. Knowing that you weren't in a patrol vehicle, knowing that you were in a personal vehicle, maybe photos could have been taken then. Or if you didn't have a camera on you, ask the tow truck driver to take photos. Maybe. Maybe a chain of custody. I mean, I can see pretty easy opportunities to say, I really wish we had taken photos when we picked up Karen Reed's car at her father's house. I wish we would have done that. At the time, it seemed so obvious to us that this is what happened. We didn't even think of it. But no. Because of how all of this has blown up, maybe I could have avoided it by looking at other people's cars. Interviewed some witnesses sooner. So, Michael Proctor is trying to get his job back, believes it is, or seems to believe that it is unfair that he was fired over personal texts sent on a personal phone. Wouldn't have changed anything about the investigation. And is saddened and upset by how difficult this has been for him. And that his union rep took his uniforms and did not apologize to Karen Reed for the things that he said or the names that he called her. Did not indicate any remorse that he tainted this investigation in such a way that there won't be justice for John O'Keefe. I don't think he takes that on himself. I don't think he sees that. But if there's anything, it is maybe regret that there will never be answers because of this investigation. But, it's just a loud minority. And I think he focuses on he said so-called conspiracy theory. He doesn't focus on the investigation. And I think that there's a big chunk in the middle to have a conversation about this investigation. But because it's easier to kind of discount running to the other end. Oh, I'm going to sneeze and cough. 30 seconds. Wait, where's my music? Can I find the music before I sneeze and cough? I don't know if I can. Wait. I can't. All right. Apologies. My throat is fighting with me like a lot, which is so rude. We had to do all the things. I think my throat spray is in my travel bag. My throat is just dry. And that's not surprising to me after all the travel. That my throat is dry. We're going to go to a few more interviews. I'm going to fight with my throat, apparently. And we just, it is what it is. Ooh. With travel. Apologies. So, I was talking about Proctor. What was I saying about Proctor? Ugh. I know I've gone code red. A lot of you are like, Emily, you actually just went code red. I know, for sure. But what I was saying about Proctor that was frustrating is there's a lot of areas of the investigation that I think there is room for improvement on introspection. That, the conspiracy, thank you, chat. That the defense, a lot of what the defense can do is throw everything up on a wall. Their job is to zealously advocate for their client. But also, and it seems the McCabes, the Alberts, they're all focusing on one side of like, everyone's saying this thing, and that doesn't even make sense to us. Everyone's just saying this thing over here. But it allows for them to just use that as a straw man and not focus on the odd behavior, to not focus on the poor investigation, and to not bring it back to the middle, which is where there are a lot of questions. It's, all these people are saying this thing and that doesn't even make sense. Okay, well, the investigation doesn't make sense. A lot of the behavior doesn't make sense. And no one's answering those questions. Instead, they're talking about, what about the rest of it? And so I don't think we'll ever get answers in the middle. And that's unfortunate. Because it just was not a good investigation. But apparently, Proctor has no regrets. So, and yes, I said it that way on purpose. Not even one, it seems. He doesn't regret the text. They are regrettable. So that's Proctor's interview. I don't know if we'll get any more. Maybe we will, maybe we won't. I'm kind of thinking no, right? Some of you are asking, how hot is it in Tennessee right now? Hot. It's hot. It is indeed hot in Tennessee. Let's get our lights back to normal and talk about the white balance on my camera is like, girl, stop. What are you doing? Let's move on to all the rest of it. Some of you said Proctor was also on Dateline. I haven't seen the Dateline yet. Were they close in time that he was on Nightline and Dateline? Is he in a different shirt or did they all just share footage? I have questions. I haven't looked at Dateline yet. I'll look at it. If there's anything new, maybe I'll put it in the podcast because I can't take much more Proctor today. We need to go look at the juror interviews because this was ABC Nightline. I'll look at it. There's only so much we can do. But I will go look and we'll add it. Let's talk about the jurors, shall we? There have been a lot of juror interviews, more than I anticipated, more than we can cover today. I am going to cover parts that have been shared. I'm going to cover clips. I'm going to cover articles. This is not a comprehensive breakdown of every statement that every juror has given. I do not have all of them, and with all the travel, did not have time to compile all of them. So let's talk about what we're going to talk about. I have seen that the foreperson was on, I think, Good Morning America. I will take a look together. But I have seen the print media interview with the foreperson. There are a lot of interviews with juror number 11. I will play some of the shorter ones because I think most of the statements and the thoughts are consistent, and there are multiple. I have 2 clips of juror number 12, and then there's an anonymous juror who talked to NBC 10 Boston. And then I will link the full interview I've seen with juror number 11 from Sue O'Connell, and there are more of them. If you go onto YouTube and put in Karen Reed, juror 11, all of the interviews will come up. We're not going through all of them today because there's a lot of overlap in what has been said. But I wanted to start with the jury foreman or four person, the juror who is speaking out now on was it Good Morning America? I think you guys said it was GMA. So we'll go grab that next. But I wanted to look at this news article first from the foreperson because this was, I think, one of the first things that was done. And then with juror number 11, I wanted to pull up some of the earliest interviews from right after the verdict. So we have some of the most immediate interviews because interviews have continued on. I wanted to look at the interviews before the jurors had time to then like deep dive into the case. Because of course now they can do that. The jurors, once the verdict is in, they can get on social media and be like, tell me everything. You guys are saying today's show, not GMA. Thank you. Apparently I use them synonymously. So I wanted to try to find the interviews that were earliest in time before everyone had an opportunity to go online and find out more about the case. So hopefully that makes sense. There will be lots of other interviews. And then we will get to questions. We're going to talk about jurors and then we'll get to Q&A because I will have a hard stop. So I will have to go do that. And I want to make sure we have time for Q&A. So I was just looking at my calendar real quick. All right. Let's take a look at this text interview or, well, print media interview from, where is this from? From the Boston Herald. I'm putting this in reader mode because it is easy. We are going to look at the statements of the foreperson. Let me see if I can find the date on this at the bottom before we pull it up. Because it was a quite lengthy interview. This was published June 20th at 7:42 p.m. originally. So this was right in time with the verdicts coming in. And I tried to find, as I was going through this, the things that I could find closest in time. So this is from Friday after the jury verdict came in on that Wednesday. And we're going to go through some of this. And then we will go to the statements from that juror this morning. We'll do those two first. So juror number 1. Juror number 1, will you do the thing? And juror number 1's like, I guess. Because juror number 1 got volunteered or told about being a juror. We're not going to go through the entire article. It is a fairly lengthy article with some more background in it. Juror number 1, the foreman in the Karen Reed retrial, told the Herald there was no quote unquote aha moment in the grueling case that he said wasted the taxpayers' money on paper-thin evidence that failed to bring any comfort to the victim's family. It's a pretty strong statement. However, it's not out of line with what I've seen a lot of you say in the chat over and over and over again. The unforgivable fact that the investigators didn't swarm the house at the murder scene on 34 Fairview Road in Canton during a nor'easter was quote unquote shoddy work and a blatant red flag, the foreman added. And that's why the only guilty finding was on drunk driving. If that body was on my steps, I know my house would have been stormed, the juror, who is Black, they say, and grew up in Jamaica Plain, said. Quote, the text from Trooper Proctor, bitch and expletive, see you next Tuesday, also showed a serious bias, yet I had to put my personal opinion aside, which I appreciate. You have a juror saying, look, you know how this would go if it was me or you. So come on, be so for real right now. And then he's saying, and then I see these texts and I'm like, these texts suck, but I'm going to put my personal opinion aside about them sucking and talk to everyone else, which is why we have jurors of 12. Okay, I think these suck, but let's put it aside. Let's put it aside and talk to the other jurors. And I appreciate that. That's why there's 12. That's why there's 12. The foreman said it all seemed like a lot of wishy-washy privilege. And I think AJ had a name for that. But it seems to me this foreperson said, oh, so they're all cops. So they're all cops. So what stuck out for this foreperson?
Nope. Nope. Nope.
Homeowners of Boston cop 2. So the cops and the friends of cops then. All right, okay. He said we had to look at the evidence and a lot of it didn't make sense. It's pretty plain language. There was no meat, no aha moment. No one proved there was a collision. Even with all that jargon, all the jurors agreed. Okay, period. Even with all that jargon, all the jurors agreed. Okay. The juror who asked that his name not be revealed spoke with the Herald by telephone late Friday afternoon along with his wife. The couple has 3 children, and then they talk about their history and experience in Boston, not related to this case, and work that they've done, places that they've been, how their lives have been touched by other major crimes in Boston. They go on to say the juror said he's still struggling with the whirlwind case and the times he'd gaze over at victim John O'Keefe's mother, who would wipe away tears when images were shown of the Boston police officer with his head split open. Still, he added, the jury couldn't lock up Reed, the officer's girlfriend, on the measly evidence presented. And I appreciate that when the juror spoke, he spoke about the impact of, I see the victim's family there, but we need to have evidence. And that's a really hard thing to reconcile, is both things are true. Like, both things are true. I feel for the victim's family. I do. But also, that is not a reason to convict someone. You cannot convict on sympathy. The foreman goes on to say that the jury's announcement of a verdict on Wednesday that was suddenly pulled back was over one male juror who had doubts. At lunch, I asked the juror, "Are you okay? Do you think I can take back my vote?" he asked. Other jurors got a little nervous, the foreman added, but 20 minutes later, he said, "Okay, guilty of OUI." It's helpful to see an explanation of what happened with the false start. I thought it might have to do with the verdict forms, because that's logical to me, but it also makes sense that somebody was nervous and somebody was concerned. Other jurors got a little nervous, the foreman added, but 20 minutes later, he said, "Okay, guilty of OUI, the DUI, operating under the influence, the misdemeanor charge." It was the only charge they agreed on and the only clear evidence without a doubt, the foreman added. And that's reasonable doubt. He said, this is the thing we didn't have doubt about. We only went with what was put in front of us. He said of the panel of 7 women and 5 men, "I'm still asking, where is the justice for John?" That's a really fair question. And juror 1 here is highlighting what juries are supposed to do. This sentence is what juries are asked to do. We only went with what was put in front of us. That's exactly what they were asked to do. And he said, "I'm still asking, where is the justice for John?" I think many people are. And both things can be true. You can only go with the evidence put in front of you and still ask, where is the justice for the victim in all of this? The cost of the case. Another juror speaking out after the verdict said she is disgusted by how much taxpayer money the Commonwealth has poured into the case and how O'Keefe's family is still seeking justice. And this is Paula Parado. I hope I pronounced that correctly, but this is juror number 11. And we will see more from juror number 11 in a minute. She said she feels deeply for the former BPD officer's family. I think that's fair. And the reason, normally I would blink a little at jurors talking about how much money a case cost. It's not something they're supposed to consider. So normally I would get like a blink, blink, blinkety blink. I don't in this case, and here's why. Because of the blue paint. When you start paying experts, how much you pay them comes in. And it was a jaw-dropping amount of money that was paid to Aperture. A jaw-dropping amount of money. Over $300,000, $350,000. I think at the end of it, probably closer to $4. Hundreds of thousands of dollars. Because it came in evidence, that's in evidence. That's not speculation. That's not, I wonder how all this much costs. That's not going on the internet later. That's in evidence. It's normally not. But that was in evidence. How much money was spent was in evidence. And yeah, they're taxpayers. But guess what? As a prosecutor, you have to be able to sit there and go, how much are we paying these experts? This jury is made up of taxpayers. Are they going to be offended by what we're doing? Is anyone shocked that the answer seems to be yes? That the taxpayers who sat there went, what the fuck? And that's for one expert in this case. That doesn't include Brennan. That doesn't include the fact that Lally and McLaughlin, the other prosecutors, are probably not working on any other cases and have worked on one case, which is bananas. It seems have worked on mostly one case for the better part of a couple of years. That doesn't count for flying in Dr. Wolf and paying Dr. Wolf for his time. That doesn't include everything. That's the beginning of it. This is at a minimum $1 million plus prosecution. And the jurors are like, the fuck? Fair, because it's in evidence. And they saw that it was in evidence. They're not the only taxpayers in Massachusetts asking what the fuck. Juror number 11, Paula Prado, I think, said it's not our fault that they didn't find who killed John O'Keefe. The Commonwealth and the investigation, they couldn't prove that it was Karen Reed. For us, we had enough reasonable doubt that it wasn't her, and we couldn't convict her of anything. I mean, you convicted of OUI, but it's fair. That's different. I really hope the O'Keefes can find who actually killed John O'Keefe, she added. And the DA, sorry, I almost read that as DNA. Michael Morrissey reopens the case and things keep going from there. I don't think that's a reasonable expectation, but I can talk about why during questions because a lot of you have asked. I will be following. I will be watching closely. It broke my heart to see the family in court that day. I appreciate that the jurors had room for empathy and facts. I don't know if the victim's family will see it that way, because I imagine it will take some time to get over the anger and the hurt and the frustration of going through these two trials and still going through a civil lawsuit. We'll see if it goes to trial. I'll link that below. I covered the civil lawsuit when it was first filed. I have not touched back into it, but we will get into it a bit more this month before Koberger starts. But the jury did what they were asked to do, which is not to render a verdict based on sympathy or empathy. But they still had sympathy and empathy for John O'Keefe and his family while still saying there were holes in the evidence. That's what you're asking them to do. That's what you want members of the community to do. All that Morrissey has said since the jury delivered the verdict on Wednesday is a 4-word statement provided to WBZ. The jury has spoken. Oh, this one has a period. Fair enough. Let's see. This is talking about the case. You guys know the facts of the case. Juror 11 and the jury didn't buy the argument about Karen Reed. Juror 11 in her radio interview on Friday said that the hefty price tag that went into prosecuting Reed baffled her and fellow jurors. She specifically pointed out the $400,000 spent on Aperture, an accident reconstruction firm that the Commonwealth pulled 2 witnesses from. Both testified that Reed's Lexus LX 570 had struck O'Keefe at around 12:32 a.m. on the morning of his death. Special Prosecutor Hank Brennan's paycheck of at least $250,000 for the retrial also caught the eye of Juror 11. Every time we got on the bus, especially in the beginning, we all think, how much money is the city, the state putting on the police following us, the bus and everything? Yeah, it bothers me a lot, she said. When they asked Juror 11 whether she had formed a theory about O'Keefe's death, she responded that she does, suggesting that Reed maybe clipped him with her SUV based on data from Aperture. Okay. The thing is, again, maybe will not help the prosecution get to beyond a reasonable doubt. The article goes on to say dog bite theory. The scratches on O'Keefe's arm, Juror 11 said, did not appear to come from Reed's broken taillight, but rather from a dog aligning with the defense's theory about the Albert's German Shepherd named Chloe being involved in his death. She said, Juror 11 said something happened inside the house. What is it? I don't know. I don't understand why the Alberts didn't come out. Questions many have asked. And why the dog didn't bark at all? Question many have asked. There were those holes we can't fill in. And it's not for the jurors to fill in the gaps. They need to have the questions answered for them. What about the FBI?
The FBI!
I don't know. What about the FBI? Judge Canoni barred the prosecution and defense from directly referencing the federal probe into the investigation. It seems that everybody's just like, yes, this is exactly what it was, which has since ended. Again, just word of caution, the feds do not comment on closed investigations. We have been told through the prosecution that it has ended. That is the information that we have. But again, that is not coming directly from the agency itself. They do not comment on those things. Juror 11 said she realized early on that the FBI had been involved, but wasn't something that we took into consideration during the deliberations. She said that her thoughts about Brennan changed throughout the trial and that she can't judge him as a lawyer because the case was awful and full of holes. I mean, you work with the evidence that you got, but as a prosecutor, you have options. She added that she felt Canoni, despite being very nice, gave too much protection to the prosecution with numerous objections during key defense witnesses. It hasn't addressed it yet in this article, but Juror 11, and we will see it in the other statements I have from Juror 11, is an attorney trained in Brazil. So not an attorney trained in the US. However, law being law, there is a process of thinking and observing. So it doesn't surprise me that this juror observed that. These are comments from Friday night. So her legal training in Brazil, it does not surprise me that she took a minute to perceive all the things happening in the courtroom. Juror 11 also took a shot at Boston police officer Kelly Dever, who was a member of the Canton Police Department at the time of O'Keefe's death. Defense attorney Alan Jackson questioned Dever, we'll just use them interchangeably, on initially telling the feds, another agency, that she saw Brian Higgins and then Canton police officer Chief Kenneth Berkowitz enter the police department garage and spend a quote unquote wildly long time with Reed's SUV. This would give credence to the defense theory that the police meddled with the evidence, including the busted taillight, whose pieces were later found at the crime scene. Dever later recanted the statement as a quote unquote false memory after being shown a timeline of events that proved that it wasn't possible. Juror 11 called Dever not believable at all. I mean, Juror 11's not alone in that. It was uncomfortable to watch her behavior because she is an officer after all, and she is among us and she carries a gun. Juror 11 said she was not reliable and scary knowing that she's around holding a weapon. Dever was an interesting strategic choice for the defense. I don't think the defense could have even guessed how off the rails Dever was going to go as a witness. But when she started to get petty with the prosecution, no, petty with the defense, sorry. There's a lot going on in chat that is distracting. You guys, we're getting through this one. I see you. I'm just trying to cover this. We'll get there. Thank you. The mods have told you that we see you. We see you. I'm trying to just focus on getting through the rest of these statements so we can get to the rest. I'm trying. I do get distracted. So thank you. The mods get it. They see what you guys are saying. They let me know. The mods have got you. When Dever started getting particularly petty with the defense, and it wasn't the, well, you threatened me with perjury. I mean, can I see a lawyer saying to a witness, you do know lying is perjury, right? I can 100% see that happening. But when it was just like, you don't know my name, I can't recall, ma'am. The level of evasiveness spoke volumes. I'm not surprised the jury was sitting there uncomfortable. And I'm not surprised that they were like, how is this happening? I have never seen testimony like that. I've never seen testimony like that. And when the defense focused on the investigation, not on the people in the house, other than they didn't look at the people in the house, but focused on the investigation, Dever's testimony was a cherry on top for the defense. Because all the defense had to do is go, see, this is what we mean. You gave this whole statement and now you're saying I made it up. I made it up. I created a false memory. I have never, maybe that's the career that they were referencing. Maybe that's the career Mass State Police was referencing. Because I don't think Dever could ever testify again. I don't think she could ever testify again. Because every defense attorney is going to pull up that transcript and be like, you create false memories. So how can we trust what you're saying in this case? So I think Dever, even though I don't think the defense knew what was happening, I think it was just wild. I mean, she's Boston PD now. She was Canton PD then. I know, it's fair. She's still not state troopers. Fair enough. But also, she's not going to be able to testify. I don't know what they're going to... Jared said, is her law enforcement career over? No, they can't fire her, but they can't have her in that type of casework where she has to testify. Because she can't testify. Because if she gets called to testify, you know exactly how the cross-examination is going to go. It's just a gift to defense attorneys. A gift that the defense attorneys wouldn't even deign to hope for. She's going to have to end up in administration somewhere. And the thing about people in administration is if they haven't done the work and put in the time doing the job, it's really hard for them to gain the respect of their peers because they haven't done the work and put in the time on the job. So, yeah. But I don't know. I don't know where you put her. But she can't testify. And most prosecutors are like, nope. I'm not calling her to testify in this case. Because you know exactly what's going to happen. Unless you really love the defense attorney you're in trial with and are like, Merry Christmas. There's nothing they can do with that. False memories. So I'm not surprised Juror 11 was uncomfortable watching her behavior on the stand. It was a lot. Since her first interview with independent journalist Jessica Machado on Thursday, Juror 11, Prado, has been the subject of accusations from internet trolls. She addressed them during her interview on the Howie Carr Show. They were all saying, how come she is an attorney and she was picked for the jury? She's a liar. No, I'm not an attorney in the US and I'm an attorney in Brazil. Never worked here, not licensed here. And quote, she also said, and quote, how come she loves true crime, but she didn't know about the case? She said, because all my interest was Brazilian cases from my country, my social media account is in Portuguese. First, I'm getting mad. First, lawyers can sit on juries. Lawyers can sit on juries. Lawyers can sit on juries. I've had lawyers on my jury. They were civil attorneys. I've had lawyers on my jury. Second of all, it completely makes sense that she is following stories in Portuguese connected to Brazil. Second of all, if she said she didn't know the case and the attorneys all believed her, they left her on the case. There's a lot of cases to cover. I get comments, and I am on social media a lot more than maybe your average bear, maybe not. But I'm looking at cases in the comments like, will you cover this? And I'm like, I've never even heard of that. But again, it's not for me to determine because the attorneys did voir dire. The attorneys asked questions and all the attorneys accepted this juror as a juror. It's not for the internet to question. I normally don't tell everybody how to behave. It's not the law nerds. I'm preaching to the chat here. It's not for the internet to decide. Because if there was evidence that a juror had said something not true on a jury form, it would come up in motions. We saw it immediately in the Maxwell case. The jurors are accepted by both sides and are questioned by both sides. They chose her, period. And if there was any evidence that something was not true, we would see motions about it. We have seen it in cases where that has come up, and it has come up in a couple high-profile cases. There's just no there. And if there is, it's on the lawyers to bring it up, not the internet. The lawyers know more about these cases than we do. A lot of you are saying she also has 4 young children. There's also that. There's also that. She said, I really didn't know about this case. She added, I thought Turtle Boy, and they put in Brennan, journalist in Kearney. Carney, I always pronounce that wrong. I apologize. It is truly just my brain. Carney, because in my brain, the spelling and that pronunciation don't go together, was an environmental problem. And Karen Reed was just a lady. I mean, she's like turtles. Y'all and your turtles. Oh, and the article continues to say, the stay-at-home mother to 4 young children called the power given to her to decide Reed's fate a great, huge responsibility that she was happy to be a part of it and able to serve justice. Quote, I am really happy that I am confident that Karen Reed isn't going to jail. She's not going to pay for something she didn't do. This filled me with joy, she said, and filled me with anger that the fact that we don't know what happened with John O'Keefe. Facts. That's a completely reasonable, reasoned, and compassionate statement. We don't want somebody to go to jail for shit they didn't do, and we are frustrated that we don't know what happened to the victim. Right. Reasonable. And then they have pictures of John O'Keefe's family and John O'Keefe himself. I see a lot of you in the chat saying that hearing these interviews, which is part of why I cover them, hearing these interviews with the jurors, and we're going to get into more of them, restores your faith a little bit in the jury system. When jurors choose to talk, I'm always curious as to what they have to say. It's very interesting. And this was Friday, so this was pretty close in time to the verdict. It's fair to hear what the jurors have to say. I am encouraged by hearing jurors saying, I have tremendous sympathy and empathy over here, but there are holes for me in the evidence, and so I can't convict over here. That's what we want them to do. It's exactly what we want them to do. And these jurors did what they are asked to do in the way they are asked to do it, and I think that's important. My frustration is, and we've seen it in this article from the Boston Herald, that this juror's already, and this was on Friday, saying that she's already being threatened. That's only going to cause future jurors to A, not want to be jurors. You're going to get people who are like, I don't need my fucking life turned upside down by this shit. And you're going to get people in jury service saying, nah, I've got airfare. No, I've heard all about this case, even if they haven't. You're going to get people more actively trying to get out of jury service because they don't want to end up in a mess. I think that one of the things that's helpful is to remember, jurors don't have to speak if they don't want to. They don't have to come forward if they don't want to. I think there is always a fight over sealing juror lists, but if jurors are going to get threatened, I think there's a reason courts might want to seal juror lists and then let jurors choose to come forward. If not, maybe that needs to be the default. Maybe it needs to be the default that juror lists are sealed unless the jurors choose to come forward, because not all jurisdictions seal them by default. And maybe that's a change that needs to happen. And we will see jurors not want to come forward and bring transparency to the system. And that is really frustrating. I think there should be transparency. And we want good people to do their civic duty, people from just their everyday life. So I hope this doesn't affect most cases, because most cases aren't going to have a high profile like this, but it's going to make it harder for high profile defendants to find juries. And so when you see the Corey Richins judge talking about his concern about the media, when you see the defense bringing it up in Utah, there are concerns there. And I get it. All right, chat, I'm going to give you guys a vote. All of you that are here, you get to vote on where we go next, because we are going to run into limited time and we are going to have to do some of this tomorrow. So I'm going to start a poll. What is next? You all have told me that Jackson released a statement. So I'm going to put up a poll. Do we want to go over what AJ said, or do we want to go over the rest of the juror stuff? If we don't get to the rest of the juror stuff, we will do it tomorrow. So I'm going to let you guys vote. And then I will have to leave some room for questions. So chat gets to vote. And when the comment section is like, why did you finish? The chat voted. When you're here live, you get to vote. I'm sorry, replay crew. I love you very much. but we let chat vote. Chat gets to vote. And if not, we will do juror stuff tomorrow, which means we might bump back a little bit on Idaho. We're just going to have to see if the judge makes a ruling overnight. But chat gets to vote. We will still cover it all. It's just a matter of when. All right, Law Nerds, I'm going to say thank you to some of the super chats while you guys are voting. Let's see. I love Jojo. I love this. Jojo said, also a lawyer in Brazil deal with a lot. Also, lawyers in Brazil deal with a lot of shit. It's not 100% safe to be a lawyer over there. We appreciate you, Paula. I appreciate Paula for calling out and saying, what the hell, man? Also, are we to think that we're never going to have a juror that's like, oh no, I like following cases. I like following true crime. I can see both the defense and the prosecution wanting that. If you want jurors who are going to think critically and ask questions, then I can see wanting jurors who are like, no, I want to think critically and ask questions. I mean, you're not going to be able to pick a jury of people who have never heard of Bailey Sarian. At least not a jury I would want. So it's just not reasonable. Oh, yes. Miguelina said, should we let the app know? Yeah, it seems like it's breaking news. Emily, every time you say you're not going to cover something that's new, you do. And then you're like, shouldn't do that. Yes, let the jury know that we're going to cover Alan Jackson's newly released statement. For those of you who are saying, who is Bailey Sarian? She's a YouTuber that does true crime content, and she breaks down mostly closed cases while she does the most incredible makeup ever. So she chats you through like, oh my God. Bailey Sarian's like, oh my God, have you heard about this case? Let me tell you what. She also has a podcast called Dark History, but Makeup Monday. She's great. But it's like sitting down with your bestie who's just like, let me tell you what. You're not going to believe this case. Very conversational. Very fun. Liz, and a lot of you had said, Emily, interview the lawyers. I know a lot of you want me to interview the lawyers. It's not going to happen until after I do DCI band things with my kiddo. My mom life is incredibly busy, but if you guys are interested, I will reach out and make it happen. It's going to have to be after band stuff. I have to see my kiddo first. Then we will get to it. But my schedule is dumb. My schedule is just dumb. Angel, good to see you in the chat. Angel said, I'm really glad the Karen Reed trial ended with not guilty. Also glad to be a member for 22 months. I know. The Runkle interview made me want more of these too. I have seen a lot of you say that you loved the interviews with Yannetti and Alessi, with Lawyer You Know, and with Runkle. The Fixer said going to DMB tonight in Birmingham. I contemplated driving down to that show, and I was like, I can't stream and get down to that show, because I was like, Emily, do we really need to work? We could get to Birmingham and then go to Georgia and then come home and then leave to go to Indiana, Michigan, Ohio. That seems unreasonable. I mean, I would have done it, but we're going to do this. Juliana said, I'm Brazilian and our legal system is so different, which is completely fair. I think some of the way a lawyer brain works and some of the way you're looking at with what is the judge doing, what are the lawyers doing, even though the systems are different, might be something that someone is tuned into and has questions about. So it makes sense to me. Julie said, these jurors restored my faith in humanity. I'm so glad to see it. So glad to see it. Thank you all for all the appreciation. Alessi name dropped you in an interview with Lawyer You Know. I think Alessi's a delight. I really do. Not to say the other lawyers aren't. It's just he is a starkly different vibe than the other lawyers on the team, and it was nice to see. I also really want to talk to Attorney Little. Really, really do. Katie said, I've literally been going through Emily withdrawal. Fair enough. Warehouse and Dancing Nancy's live in Central Park in 2003 with Chef's Kiss. Ryan, it sounds like you were there. I love that for you the most, in a very sincere, not snarky way, because what an amazing memory. I love listening to that live album. Love it, love it, love it. All right. You guys voted 83% what AJ said. 17% more from the jurors. All right, y'all, more from the jurors tomorrow. Let's go take a look at what AJ said, and then we're going to answer questions. All right. Let's see what Attorney Alan Jackson had to say. Thank you, Miguelina, for grabbing it. Thank you, chat, for letting me know. If I start regretting covering things that I have literally not seen before, I'm never putting up a poll again. No, it's going to be fine. I trust the law nerds. Trust the process. Oh, let me refresh this, because I'm sure Miguelina added it in here. Oh, I don't see it on our prep doc. Hold on. Let me go find it real quick. It is not. Miguelina, I don't know if you put it on the prep doc, but it's not. I don't see it. Oh, there it is. Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. I just needed to make that bold. I literally couldn't see it. It's sitting right there. She's like, girl, it's in front of your face. It literally is. Okay, so we're going to Boston 25. And is this video or is this text? This looks like, oh my God, there is so much in here. All right, let me grab this into my other browser, because there's like 7 videos that started playing. Media's like, why does nobody read this? It's like, because I open the screen and there's 900 things on it and I can't read because I can't see anything. It's just like stuff. Look at stuff. All right, we're going into reader mode. This is coming from, where are we coming from? From Boston 25, from Ted Daniel. Karen Reed, Attorney Alan Jackson blasts special prosecutor in new statement. All right, well, let's see if that framing is accurate as we go into reader mode. Karen Reed, Attorney Alan Jackson issued a lengthy statement on Tuesday blasting Special Prosecutor Hank Brennan over his egregious breach of prosecutorial ethics after Reed's acquittal in the 2002 death of John O'Keefe. Jackson's critical comments come after Brennan on Monday. That's right, today's only Tuesday. Jackson's critical comments come after Brennan on Monday said that a campaign of intimidation and abuse led the jury in Reed's second trial to find her not guilty of second-degree murder and manslaughter. She was convicted of drunk driving. I don't think that's what Brennan said. Brennan said a lot, but I don't think he said that that's what led to the outcome. Did I say 2002? 2022. If I said it wrong, I apologize. We'll go to Brennan's statement. A lot of you are saying that's what he implied. Fair enough. Fair enough. I'm going to pull it up again and take a look, but the article goes on to say the jury handed down its verdict last Wednesday after deliberating over 4 days. Jackson first shared the statement with Boston 25's Ted Daniel. His full statement is as follows. That doesn't surprise me. So his full statement is as follows. The jury has spoken, but Special Prosecutor Hank Brennan, in an egregious breach of prosecutorial ethics, has tried to publicly shame and discredit that very jury. For him to attempt to supplant his personal views for that of the jury is a desperate attempt to save face in the wake of a unanimous rejection of the prosecution's case. I mean, twice. It's a twice unanimous rejection, because the fact that they hung the first time means that they were not convinced beyond a reasonable doubt. The rules of professional conduct are clear. A prosecutor should support the legitimacy of the justice system and promote public confidence in its operations. Openly attacking a jury's verdict because he disagrees with it undermines that centuries-old edict. I mean, I don't know if Brennan was a prosecutor before he became a defense attorney, but I know for facts that Alan Jackson was for quite a long period of time. Mr. Brennan claims that his investigation was thorough. If that were true, the Commonwealth would have uncovered what we, the defense, uncovered: hidden exculpatory evidence, lies, and perjury by the Commonwealth's own witnesses, cops covering for other cops, a biased and corrupt lead investigator with personal ties to witnesses, and inculpatory and suspicious conduct by a myriad of witnesses. The only job of an ethical prosecutor is to seek the truth in a just and fair manner. The Commonwealth fell wildly short of that responsibility. Theirs was not an effort to find justice for John O'Keefe. Rather, it was a personal vendetta against Karen Reed by DA Michael Morrissey and his handpicked prosecutors, and it cost the people of Norfolk County millions. Weren't we just talking about that? I think we were just talking about that. The fact is, Karen Reed is factually innocent, and this case never should have gone to trial in the first place. Jackson goes on to say this case is a stark reminder that there has been a complete breakdown in what is supposed to be our justice system. Those in power are more interested in protecting themselves than the citizens that they are sworn to protect. I've seen a lot of people asking that question throughout the entire case, and I am one of the people who has said this case never should have gone to trial in the first place. Repeatedly. The statement goes on to say, the Commonwealth's defamatory public comments ring hollow to the very constituents they are supposed to serve. It is now crystal clear that disgraced DA Michael Morrissey has no interest in actually seeking justice for John O'Keefe by identifying and prosecuting the real killer or killers. The Commonwealth would rather simply condemn the jury and its fair and lawful verdict. We are thankful for the jury's commitment to truth and that they found their way to a just verdict. But make no mistake, if DA Michael Morrissey had his way, the truth never would have come out in this case. Oh, man. Some shots fired. It would have been lost somewhere in private and deleted conversations. Damn. AJ's just like, you know what? It is what it is. I want to complete his full sentence in talking about DA Michael Morrissey and the truth. He said it would have been lost somewhere in private and deleted conversations that would never have seen the light of day. Corruption like this doesn't happen in isolation. How many innocent people have been railroaded because of failures in our justice system? We, as citizens, must demand more of our institutions. He went directly at DA Morrissey without name calling, without attacking, just, hey, where's all the rest of the stuff? Assistant District Attorney, that was the end of the statement, which was outlined with a line. That's the end of the statement from Alan Jackson. The article goes on to say, Assistant District Attorney Adam Lally spearheaded the prosecution's effort in Reed's first trial, which ended with a hung jury. Brennan, who replaced him in the retrial, said Monday that he is disappointed in the verdict and the fact that he couldn't achieve justice for the O'Keefes for O'Keefe and his family. Brennan said that the evidence in the murder case led to only one person. Brennan went on to say, after an independent and thorough review of all the evidence, I concluded that the evidence led to one person and only one person. Neither the closed federal investigation nor my independent review led me to identify any other possible suspect or person responsible for the death of John O'Keefe. Brennan continued, we cannot condone witness abuse, causing participants to worry for their own safety or that of their families. It is my hope that with the verdict, the witnesses and their families will be left alone. The harassment of these innocent victims and the family members is deplorable and should never happen again in a case in this Commonwealth. Last week, Norfolk District Attorney Michael Morrissey issued a forward response in response to Reed's verdict. The jury has spoken, period. Boston 25 News has reached out to Brennan and Morrissey for comment on Jackson's statement. What are the chances that we see a response from Brennan. What are the chances? Like, what are the chances that Brennan responds to this? So we now have Jackson's statement. We have Brennan's statement. Much has been heard from Alessi and Yannetti. I have not had a chance to go through all of the things that they have said. But this might continue to unfold throughout the day. And if it does, we'll talk about it tomorrow. But it's interesting to see Jackson say Mr. Brennan claims that his investigation was thorough, that if that were true, the Commonwealth would have uncovered what we, the defense, uncovered: hidden exculpatory evidence, lies, and perjury by the Commonwealth's own witnesses. Wow. Called out the personal vendetta against Karen Reed by the DA, and said that this case never should have gone to trial in the first place, which I haven't talked to any prosecutors that have said, oh no, based on this, this, and that, I could see why this went to trial. So Jackson is saying that Brennan's statements was trying to publicly shame and discredit the jury. And it was his supplanting his personal views for that of the jury. I mean, the fact that it took a jury 3 days to determine if Karen Reed was even driving under the influence is significant. Because they weren't easily convinced even of that, like at all. So it's really wild. I want to take a look one more time at the totality of Brennan's statement. I think I still have it pulled up because I want to hear your thoughts on it. So this was from, what day is this? June 23rd. This is from yesterday, Monday. Statement from Hank Brennan in its entirety. Trying to pull it up in a way that's not distracting. Good morning. This is Ted Daniel saying this is a statement from Special Prosecutor Hank Brennan. I am disappointed in the verdict and the fact that we could not achieve justice for John O'Keefe and his family. District Attorney Michael Morrissey appointed me, giving me full discretion to independently assess the case and follow the evidence no matter where it led. After an independent and thorough review of all the evidence, I concluded that the evidence led to one person and only one person. Neither the closed federal investigation nor my independent review led me to identify any other possible suspect or person responsible for the death of John O'Keefe. I can understand why Jackson is saying that this is Brennan trying to undermine the verdict, because the jury did not agree. The point that that really jumped out to me was, okay, but even if you feel that way, it has to go one step further. And the one step further is, but can you prove it? Even if you think that, can you prove it? And so I can understand Jackson's looking at this going, she has been acquitted. How are you sitting here saying, well, I concluded that the evidence led to one person? No, I can totally see what he's saying. That's why I wanted to go back and look at this again. Which is why Jackson said this is, in his opinion, Brennan supplanting his thoughts. Brennan saying, I concluded that the evidence led to one person. Fair. Then he shifts completely to talk about the campaign of intimidation and abuse that has been waged, fueled, and promoted in public and on social media is the antithesis of justice. If this type of conduct becomes commonplace, it will threaten the integrity of our judicial system. I looked at this statement and went, look, it's going to make people not want to be witnesses. It's going to make people not want to be jurors. Because that's what I was already talking about. But I can also see Jackson or anyone else taking a step back and saying, no, this threatens the integrity of our system because it impacted the jury. I read it differently as people will not want to come forward. Jackson's reading this as, but what's happening outside of the case impacted the jury inside the case. I can see where he could interpret it that way. Brennan goes on to say, we cannot condone witness abuse causing participants to worry for their own safety or that of their families, which I agree. It is my hope that with the verdict, the witnesses and their families will be left alone. The harassment of these innocent victims and family members is deplorable and should never happen again in a case in this Commonwealth. If the jurors are being harassed, though, somebody should look at that more closely, though. He goes on to close with my heartfelt condolences to the O'Keefe family and faith that over the coming years, they will find peace and closure. Okay. Well, that is the statement from Brennan, and we have gone through the statement from Jackson. Some of you are saying there is an audio component to this. Let me take a look at the article that I pulled up because I did not see that, probably because 9,000 things popped up on that article. I'll look real quick and see if there is. Let's see, because I do not know if there is. Because there's 900 things on this website. Let's see. And then on Twitter, Ted Daniel just references back to the article that we just read. So I don't know if there's any more of a component to that other than what we just read. A lot of you said he did a radio interview. Okay, we're not going to pull up a radio interview today. I thought it was related to this, but thank you. Because in this, I don't see any further statements, but I'm not going to pull up any other statements than the one he put out today. So perfect. A different interview. I will pull that up and take a look. I have not seen it or heard it, but I will take a look at that and see if we can cut it down. We obviously have more to talk about tomorrow. So let's try to wrap up with where we're at today and answer some questions because there's a lot. We're going to have to talk about this more tomorrow. That's okay. We'll talk about it more tomorrow. Don't worry. So today, a lot happened because everyone's got so much to say. I think the main takeaway for me from the beginning of the juror interviews that we went over, we are going to continue those tomorrow, is that the jurors had doubts. They had questions, and they paid attention to the evidence as it came in. But we also saw a statement from yesterday, Monday, from Hank Brennan, calling out witness intimidation or harassment. And we saw a scathing response coming in or being released while I was streaming today on Tuesday, June 24th, in response to Brennan's statement, calling Brennan's statement unprofessional and a violation of prosecutorial ethics, and calling out DA Michael Morrissey for proceeding with this case in the first place. So we now have Brennan and Jackson with statements. Well, Brennan doesn't point as directly at the defense, but he does. The defense points directly at Brennan. We also saw statements from Trooper Proctor and from Brian Albert, Chris Albert, Brian Albert's wife, and from Matt McCabe and Jen McCabe. Interestingly enough, Proctor says that there's nothing he would do differently in the investigation, but because of all of this stuff online, maybe he would have looked at a few other cars just to say we did. It's a direct quote from his interview. He also said that the strong feelings against Karen Read developed as the investigation went on, but that's not what the timing on those text messages really revealed in trial. He said that there was no relationship between him and any of the witnesses, and a distant relationship to Chris Albert and his wife. And Brian Albert answered really weird. And Brian Albert answered the question that I had been asking, and many of you had been asking, and many of everyone had been asking, which is, but why didn't you come out of the house? And his answer essentially boils down to, but why would I? He said, I'm not Canton PD, I'm Boston PD. What am I going to do? Run out there in my underwear and start running crime scene tape? The interviews were interesting. We will link the full interviews that I covered today down below, and they are linked in the stream down below. So if you want to go watch the full interviews, you can. Proctor's interview was very chopped up across content on 2020. Jackson's interview, I think we're going to see more of. And tomorrow we're going to cover more from the jurors because there's a lot more that the jurors had to say. A lot more. What also was notable, though, in recounting the morning when Jen McCabe came flying into her sister's bedroom where her sister and her husband were cold asleep, his words, not mine, no one mentioned, and then I had to wrangle the dog. Then I had to grab the dog. Then I had to go feed the dog. Then the dog wanted to go out and go to the bathroom because now everybody's awake in the middle of the morning when they weren't going to be. There was no conversation at all about what happened next. It was Jen came into the bedroom. I had no idea what she was saying. And Brian Albert said in his interview, I was like, what the fuck? But then he didn't go outside and ask the officers that were out there that same question. Because why would I? And Proctor was asked, did you plant evidence? And his answer was absolutely not. There's a bit more to that answer, but for that, you have to watch the whole stream. Let's answer some questions, law nerds. Because tomorrow we're going to get back to jury statements, and then we might have to bump Kohberger to another day. We might just not have time to get to it all. But I think it's fair, yes, to finish with this before we move on to Kohberger. Does that work for y'all? Tomorrow we finish up with the juror interviews, and then we move into Kohberger early next week. I think that's fair because we still don't have an answer from the Kohberger judge. And that's not going to move any faster. All of you, chat is like, yes, that's fair. Good, we'll just cover the rest of it tomorrow. And then we'll have more time for questions tomorrow. I'm going to get to as many as I can. But I do have a meeting that I'm going to have to do. Okay, give me 1 second. Just texting Dr. B back. We have Dr. B. We have lots to do. Let's see. This is a great question from Preparing for Mountain Life in the chat. Let me grab it. I didn't even run the question intro, which is fine. I was trying to grab this. Wait, where did it go? Where did it go? I need to know what happened to the first verdict slip. It got sealed into evidence, so it's part of the case record. It's a sealed part of the case record, or impounded, as they call it in Massachusetts. And in that article from the four-person, we'll go over the four-person's interview tomorrow that they did this morning. But the four-person's interview said that another juror got nervous and took pause. And then 20 minutes later, they sorted it out. So it sounds like they filled out the verdict slip, and then the juror was like, wait, I want to take back my vote. And then they paused, and then they went forward again. So it's still in the... it's still sealed, which is fair. Jessica said new merch. It's not at our distributor yet. So we can't launch it yet because then you won't get it. And we had a restock that sold out, but there will be another restock drop once it gets to our distributor so we can send it to you. Because that's what we need to do. Florida Dad was saying, well, others lost their career because Burgess did lose his bachelor degree. Tragedy, really. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's hard when you lose something that you think you have that you never really had in the first place, isn't it? Really just difficult. And the thing that's frustrating for me about Burgess that we will talk about more, because tomorrow we will also have a members only. We have lots to talk about. With Burgess is that he didn't need a degree for what he was doing. And that was the thing that just undermined all of the testimony. And there was some of his testimony that I thought made perfect sense as they connected things to each other. But the the jury gets to decide what credibility a witness gets, and an expert misleading about their credentials is a reason a jury can say, I great, okay, but no, we're not going to take anything that you said, because if we can't trust you about this, how can we trust you about anything? And the jury has the right to do that. They don't have to try to split it. They can say, no, we don't believe you. They can. Kadora 1090 said, last live before going into court reporter world. Congratulations. Thank you, EDB in chat, for keeping me motivated while trying to learn an extremely niche career. So needed. So needed. I'm a voice reporter like the reporter from the Reed case. Happy to answer techie questions. Kadora, the chat is going to have so many questions about how you shorthand record. Because we saw that in, I think in Murdaugh as well. And in a few others, we've seen the voice reporting. Thank you for the work you're doing. It is incredibly needed, incredibly niche, and stressful. There's a lot to do. So let's see. I'm going to try to get to questions. I see a lot of comments. Let's see. Will you look into covering AJ's short interview on Howie Carr? I'll take a look and see. I can't tell you yes or no because I don't know. I'll take a look and see. Jen Case at best 53 months on YouTube. And yes, we all need Bailey. I mean, right. Jamie, it's going to be so good. I mean, it's summer. It's time for live music. This membership has lasted longer than my last BF. Eileen, 31 months. We're happy to have you. Look, the law nerds are here for you. We got you. There's a lot of you going to DMB in Birmingham tonight. Have the most fun. Meta said, did you see Alessi give you a shout out last night? I was in the chat off and on during Peter Lawyer stream last night. It was off and on because I was trying to prep stream because I just gotten back, and I haven't yet gone to do laundry, but I need to because I have to get back in a car and go do band stuff. Why doesn't the O'Keefe family consider maybe they have misplaced their anger? The majority of people believe Karen Reed is innocent. It's not on me to tell a family how to grieve. I think it's probably hard to place their frustration, and it's probably really, really hard to look to the people that need to give you answers that aren't giving you answers. So I'm frustrated for them. I really am frustrated for the O'Keefe family because John deserved a better investigation. 100%. And didn't get that. Let's see. FL fan said, why couldn't the defense inquire about the missing 3 liters of John's blood? There was no evidence about that in either trial. I didn't see it in any of the pretrial motions. I don't know if any of the lawyers have addressed it. I have not seen evidence of that anywhere. Let's see. Kevin Martin said, Emily, can you explain Dever not being able to testify because she had been added to the Brady or Giglio list? I don't know if she has been added to a Brady list or to a Giglio list. I don't know if she has. She may have, she may not have. That's not where I was coming from. My perspective on this was that Dever's testimony in this trial, that she made that statement to other law enforcement, but that statement at the time she believed it, but it wasn't literally true because she created a false memory, makes her so easily impeachable on cross-examination that she can't really testify in front of a jury anymore because they are going to pull the transcript from this case and be like, but you admitted to making up false memories. So it's the nature of her testimony, not the whether or not she'd been added to a Brady list. Now, a Brady list is a list of officers that have had, and I don't have the standards pulled up in front of me, but have had issues in their cases, and they get added to a list, and then certain things can get turned over in their case. We're not going over all of that today, but I can pull up those standards in Massachusetts to talk about a bit more tomorrow. But that's not why I think she can't testify anymore. Because even if officers are on a Brady list, they can still testify, but that information gets turned over. So this is the type of information that would get turned over on a Brady list, but you wouldn't even need a Brady list because it's so publicly searchable on Google. Normally you need the Brady list because it's not public and those transcripts aren't public. Here it's everywhere. Crazy Cat Queen said FSU Crim grad school acceptance during this stream. Hold on, we need to get some claps for that. 100% we need some applause for that. Like 100%. So we can talk more about that tomorrow. The end of stream, when I haven't pulled up the standards, it is hard to do off the top of my brain. Congratulations, Crazy Cat Queen. Rock, shaver, scissors. It was such a tonic to meet you at DMB. It's good to see you. We celebrated my dad's 82nd last Monday. He made it to verdict after months of listening to you with me, bringing him home with hospice today. I'm sorry for that. Celebrate we will, because life is short but sweet for certain. Dave was so good. Hugs and handholds to your dad. It was lovely to see you at Dave too. It was hot. It was hot, but it was lovely to get to chat and to get Leonard hugs. We needed them. We didn't have enough time to like jump up and down and chat though, because sets start when they start. Dave's wiggle room is about the same size as mine. It's like man's going on stage, man is going on stage. It was still light outside, which is somebody who grew up on the West Coast. Excuse me. As somebody who grew up on the West Coast, Dave shows while it's still light outside is not something I experienced at all. So let's see. Rex 88 Moser, good to see you. Trial withdrawal is real. I know we only missed like 2 streams, truly, but yes, trial withdrawal is real. Allie Grace said, regarding community, my dad suddenly died and I relied on alcohol to cope. I sought help and was able to be here daily with y'all as I went through treatment. It means so much to me to have not been alone. Allie, you are never alone. And I am proud of you for getting the help that you thought you needed, that you wanted. And I'm sorry for the sudden loss. Grief is a motherfucker. It really is so tough, but you are never alone in this community. You aren't. This community is here. And there are so many in recovery in this community that are here to support you, and so many in different types of recovery. The Lawnards are here, 100%. Wit in the chat said, EDB, how many times do you think you've seen DMB? Objection to the form of the question. I know exactly how many times I have seen DMB. My 68th Dave Matthews Band show was on Saturday. So I know it's not that many for Dave fans. For normal concert goers, it's like, what the fuck? For Dave fans, it's like respectable. You could do more. I could do more. Like I could do more. It makes me sad. Work has been busy. The fact that it's under 100 still chafes me a bit. But there's only so much one could do. Trying to balance Dave and work, the struggle is real. The struggle is real. Also, I didn't want to abandon y'all for another entire week so I could drive to Alabama and then to Georgia and then to Indiana. I didn't feel right about it. I wanted to chat with y'all about this. So here we are. We'll get celebrate. We will. We'll get another concert maybe 2 this summer. So maybe 2. Meg L said with the interviews, ask for more words for the calendar of the day. I will. We will. Thank you all for the kind comments. I'm trying to just grab questions so I can ask the questions. For everyone with the kind comments, I see them. I'm not going to get to pull all of them up because I am overtime. So we're going to have to zoom. So just know, chat, we are overtime. So I'm going to have to speed run the last few questions. Burp snarts. Those are words together. Can Hank be investigated for prosecutorial misconduct? There's a lot of a longer answer to that. We have seen motions allude to it. The defense might not choose to bring other motions with it. The difficult thing is Brennan is not a hired prosecutor. So it would come down to the bar, and we will see if motions are made about that. But he's not a typical prosecutor because he's a special prosecutor and probably won't be prosecuting cases after this. He was hired for just this case and then goes back to defense work. And those standards are different. So it changes things. The virtual juror Easter said that the FBI contacted him because he had been listed as an expert and wanted to make sure he didn't testify to what he knew about this case before he left the Bureau. Interesting. I have not seen that Michael Easter was the defense's proposed expert, and I have not seen that he spoke about that. So I will go look for that, but I had not seen that. We have lots to do tomorrow, it seems. Thank you all for writing the show for tomorrow. Look at it. Lots and lots that we need to do tomorrow. Jojo, I agree with you. Cases do get reopened. The difficult thing is that oftentimes when cold cases get reopened, no one else has been prosecuted. It is different. It is different to try to prosecute someone different after they had prosecuted Karen Reed for the same crime. That doesn't mean there aren't other things and there aren't other avenues, but it is incredibly difficult to prosecute Reed for a thing and then prosecute someone new for a thing. So I get it. I get it. Let's see. Jennifer said the jurors, because this was when I was talking about jurors, called it a preschool project. We will see that in other juror interviews. Emily, this may have been asked earlier. Will you be interviewing attorneys? I will ask them. It's going to have to be after DCI banned stuff because I'm going to be back out of town. My schedule has been the difficult one. And I have to go band mom. So timing is just the thing. But law nerds, I don't know if y'all mind. It is generally my impression that you guys are like, when we get to it, it'll be great. Because I leave Thursday to go get to see my kiddo for the first time since he left for DCI, and I can't wait to see him. So that is first because it is summer. And I did warn that we had DCI things, and all of you were like, we'll get to it when we get to it. It's great. Right? Because the law nerds are the best. The law nerds are the best. Let's see. I wonder if they investigated or are investigating Proctor's involvement in Justin Root 2. I don't know. I would imagine, I'm going to give us our speculation chimes. I would imagine when they got into the phones, they would have looked. This is purely speculation from how I would do things. Were I a Fed? Here's what I would do. If I got the phones, whatever led them to get the phones, they got the phones. I would want a list of all of the other cases Proctor had touched and the names of the people involved. Because if I'm going through the phone to look for things that aren't right, I need context. So I would want context for this case or that case and for who the lawyers are so that I know what I'm looking for. So I would want to know more about his other cases. So I don't know, but I would at least expect that they would have background on some of the other cases he's been involved in case anything turns up that they need to understand context for. It's amazing how much context the federal government can find on things. They can. They 100% can. They know a lot. No, probably more than they should, but they do. Apple Jammin' PB said if Proctor doesn't remember the timing of those texts, I have to wonder how many awful texts he might have made and deleted when the FBI took his phone. I would only counter to say, and this is purely my opinion.
That's my opinion!
Is that the FBI didn't give him a lot of heads up on what was happening. And I imagine this is speculation, but I imagine that that would have caught him by surprise. And that the yoinking of the personal phone is so far outside anything he ever contemplated, and that the work phone, his superiors never said, whoa, my guy, take a step back. I think it probably caught him off guard. I don't think he was scrubbing his phone. I don't. Maybe he was, but I don't think he was scrubbing his phone. Emily said Higgins did, though. Higgins knew it was coming through state court. Emily, you're right. Higgins did. Higgins and Brian Albert, but that's because the motions were being made in state court. So they knew that the motions were being made and there was a chance that the motions for their phone could be granted or denied, or that the court could issue a preservation order, because I was going through state process. Once the FBI wants your phone, that's all secret process. And then they show up and are like, mine now. In state court, you see the motions that are getting filed. The feds and the U.S. attorneys move in darkness until a indictment is unsealed. Skoda said, how did they get Proctor's personal phone? I don't know. I don't know what cause they had to get it, but they did. I don't know. Secret Sauce said, how did the FBI even come into the case? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what caused the investigation to start. I don't know what the tip of the spear was on that. Something brought them into the case, and then they had enough probable cause to get to other things. But you wouldn't know what's happening, because even if those are happening in court, in federal court, if those are happening in federal court as part of a sealed investigation, it's all sealed. You won't even see that it exists. In state court, though, the defense was trying to get to Brian Albert's phone and Brian Higgins' phone through state court process. And so they could see that those motions were being filed. They knew that that was coming and that that was a real possibility. And then their phones were gone before the court issued a preservation order. Proctor wouldn't have had that heads up. So, I want to know. I don't know if we will ever know. No. And that is my computer also telling me, girl, you are late and you have got to go. Things are too busy. Liz, I'm sorry that I got to this so late. Thank you for the super chat. Liz said, I am an hour behind, so apologies if you've made a comment about it already. I would love for you to consider covering H3 Ethan Klein's lawsuit against Denham's, Frogan, and Casey. Caseytron? I think. Love your content and welcome back. I don't know what is going on. I have seen a lot of comments asking me to cover this in the comments when I was looking at stuff yesterday. I have not looked yet. If there are new things getting added to the docket, it's going to take me a minute because I'm behind on the things we're already covering. So adding anything new between now and Koberger, given my travel, is going to be tight, but I will make a note on the docket to try. I will make a note on the docket and take a look. I have no idea what's happening with any of that. When I said I was at Dave this weekend, all I looked at on social media was Dave. Everything was Dave. All Dave. I logged out of literally everything else that was happening, which is why it took me a minute to prep this episode and go back and start trying to find all the statements. So it's going to be a minute. Crocker, thank you for the gifted memberships. It's going to take some time to get into anything new because we're really behind on Koberger stuff, and that's starting trial in it's definitely a weed whacker outside. It's time. I'm also late. I'm late and there is mowing. And I told them I should be done streaming by 3. It'll be fine. Music to My Soul said, we are never, ever, ever going to say never. I did that badly. I made syllables fit where they probably shouldn't, but the point is made and I love it. Thank you. So no, definitely not a leaf blower out there. It is a weed whacker, not a leaf blower. No leaf blower needed. Law nerds, you are the best. I will see you tomorrow. Tomorrow we are going to have to go through all the rest of the interviews, and then we will go through the rest of the interviews, and then we will have to get into Koberger next week. If something changes overnight, if the court rules in Koberger, we might have to go through that first, but we will get to all of it. Do not worry. It's just a matter of when, because there's only 2 streams this week because it's time for band. But we will have a members only tomorrow. I'm going to need to look at my calendar because off the top of my head, I don't remember, but that will be tomorrow in the afternoon. So I will be looking at that and let you know, but we will be doing a members only live tomorrow after the live stream. So we have lots to talk about. There's lots of the behind the scenes of it all. I don't know if we will be doing a BTS on the Emily show because the Emily show may or may not get recorded this week, depending on travel and band and all the things. So, Lawnards, you are the best. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being a Lawnard. Thank you for being an amazing community. I just adore you guys. Thank you. And I will see you tomorrow. I've missed you, Lawnards. I know you've missed each other and missed being here on stream. It's a lot to go from trial to like time. I get it. But don't worry. We will be back tomorrow. And I will see you then. Don't forget to get the Lawnard app so you can stay in the loop with everything we're doing. I will see you soon. Thank you for joining me. Make sure you don't miss a live stream or any of the updates on the cases that you care about most with the Lawnard app at lawnardapp.com. It's a free download on iOS and Android so I can keep you in the loop because you never know when something's going to pop off. Thanks for being here and thanks for being a Lawnard.